The ball on the off stump. Finds Pope at point. We can save all this time just by asking him, actually. He's only next door. But anyway. A 4-point thriller. Broad polishes the ball, heads off into the distance. Hitches up the short sleeve of his shirt. Pauses for a moment. And now on his way. Once more is there now, and he bowls, and Shadab's forward to full ball into the offside. They're stealing a single there, and the throw misses. And I think it might have gone that time. Up at the far end, and Pope missed the stumps from quite long range. Is backed up by Anderson, but they're just stealing these singles. It's really good cricket, I must say.
It's risky, but it's annoying England, I can tell you. That he's hit it straight to Pope. Had Pope hit, he's quick too.
Yeah,
he is quick. He was in. And he's going to bring the field. The field's got to come in closer, and then they're easier to beat. It's good stuff. I don't so Stuart's that enamoured of this.
No, he won't be. 2:23 for 5. With the new ball, Broad again comes in and bowls outside the off stump. Shah Masood allows that by. He's on 88 now from 243 balls. John Powell, thank you, John. Apparently the Great Britain Aussie rules captain plays for Stonor Cricket Club. I'm not sure Stonor is. So there's a Great Britain team.
Oh, well, must be. It's a violent game, you know.
Oh, I know. 2:23 for 5. Broad from the far end bowls, and Masood drives. Doesn't really time that. And Sibley can field at cover. These two put on 47 now. And it's 223 for 5. There's lots of kicking, lots of marking, isn't there? Take high catches. It's very spectacular.
There's a lot of links between cricket and Australian rules football. A lot of Australian cricketers have played to a good level. I think Shane Warne himself was a good player in his youth. And the man credited with founding Australian rules football is a man called Thomas Wills, who I believe promoted the first cricket tour of England. An Aboriginal side came in 1868, and I believe he was the man behind that. So sort of the link between cricket and Aussie rules go back extremely long way.
We'll always find some sort of context to our offbeat conversation sometime. In goes Anderson, bowls. That's turned away by Shadab. He'll want 2 here if he can. Pope's in pursuit, picking the ball up, sliding across the ground as he does so, and then off balance has to throw. And again, very good running.
Well, this is terrific stuff from Shadab. He'll be annoying England's senior bowlers. He's scurrying singles, scurried to 2 there, seizing the initiative, and the game has changed hugely since lunch. When they've almost got as many since lunch as they got in the entire first session.
Yeah,
I shall go.
Well, I've got a bit of more information for you about that match if you're interested. Anderson bowls, and Shadab wants a single. No, he can't surely steal that one. He's sent back. There's overthrows. And this is what happens when you put pressure on the field like this. And they set off, or at least Shadab set off. And he was sent back immediately by his partner, and then Bess came in full of enthusiasm as always, hurled the ball at the stumps with no one there backing it up. So they've got 2 runs in the end, but they should have had none. But they've got the England fielders on edge at the moment. They're aware of these runs being taken. Bess's throw was wild. He threw it while he was on the ground.
That brought up the 50 partnership in just 13 overs and 1 ball.
Thanks to Neil Liversedge, Aussie rules football, with Melbourne and Victoria being locked down, all the Melbourne teams are playing outside the state. So every game is away at the moment for the Victorian teams. There we go. Thank you very much indeed, Neil. Michael looks a bit nonplussed. We're talking about Shane Warne's excitement at St Kilda winning by 4 points.
Yeah, I've just been with Warne. He got his iPad out there watching.
He's very excited.
Yes, he was. Yeah, I tell you what, Pakistan are doing a job here.
They are.
Tip and run. You're almost playing every time you hit it, you've got to get a single.
Yep. They've got the fielders.
Look how tight extra covers come in.
Fielders on the toes now. 2:27 for 5. Shadab's on 29. Anderson runs up and he bowls. Germany's forward again. He sets off a pace or 2, although the ball barely dribbles down to Bess, who's fielding in the gully.
Well, you could argue that extra cover and mid-wicket
who's fielding in the gully.
Well, you could argue that extra cover and mid-wicket, that they're almost on the drive for the catch.
Yeah.
But they're not. They're in just to try and save the single. Mid-on and mid-off are in nice and close as well. It's been a really good partnership. Just grabbing the game back here, Pakistan, aren't they?
Certainly are. So we've on 51 now. And after that really good start for England today, when Anderson removed Babar in the first over, they are certainly they're getting back because of the amount of spin that we've seen from Bess predominantly. Anderson over the wicket, bowls, it's short and cracked away. That's 4. Flew past Bess, who's had to come in quite close. And he got a lot of bat on that. And I don't think Bess even moved.
Well, Shadab Khan has been selected as just an all-round quality with the bat. Very still there. You see him trigger early, but he's in such a still position before the release of the ball. Wonderful stroke, but his leg spin, he's a brilliant fielder. He's just one of those cricketers. I imagine captains and coaches just love having him around, make things happen. And he's causing a little bit of chaos here. He's 33 from 47.
He's creating a lot of chaos. But again, Sibley, look how close he is there at extra cover. Anderson's not happy. He's talking to Jofra Archer about something at mid-on.
What do you reckon they're talking about?
I don't know.
He's having a laugh.
It seems to be.
Jofra's made him chuckle. Not many do that.
No, not when he's been cracked for 4. Anderson again runs in bowls and Shadab on the back foot. There's a very nice looking defensive stroke, which Broad fields at mid-off.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
What, Jimmy Smile after being hit before?
Well, it was a proper chuckle. Jofra's obviously produced a bit of magic there. Let's see if he does it again now. Look.
He's talking to Broad now instead. Well, how can England end this partnership? Shadab's on 33.
Well, it could be a run out.
That's probably favourite actually at the moment. Slips are ready, hands on knees. Anderson's there and he bowls and Shadab's forward. And again he's sent back after what would be a suicidal single. But he's just winding the fielders up. Sibley was so close there and was in very quickly. I don't think he's really intending to run on those ones. He's just playing havoc with the field. It's excellent cricket. And you wonder why batsmen don't do it all the time. You see the impact that it has and the runs that they've stolen and the way they've brought the field in and the mistakes that have been made, the overthrows.
Well, I think it's been clearly a ploy by Pakistan to try and do. They did it yesterday. It's been a good ploy.
Now Root's had a word with Broad because of course at the other end they've got Masood, who's just absolutely weighed anchor. 88 from 244 balls. He's been batting for 84 overs now. Did get those couple of chances yesterday. And Broad's coming in and bowling to him with a grunt. He's got some runs there. He's got 4 of them. And goes into the 90s. Leaning back and is running that away. Oh, like a one-day shot, really. Through the slips and down to the third man boundary.
The second new ball is travelling. It's not doing anything quite like we saw the old ball do this morning. Playing a very nice, glorious shot. Just let it come. Knows exactly where the space is. He scored a lot of runs down to third man. There's been a few off the edge. That was played. Just let it glide off the face of the bat, like a one-day shot.
Ball's returned to Broad. Has a look at it. And now he's rushing in again, and he bowls. And so this time it's forward. So a good length ball on the off stump. Broad snatches at the ball there. It's played back up the pitch to him. Not happy. These two bowlers hate giving away boundaries, and they've both conceded one now in consecutive overs. And that's another sure sign of a fielding side that's trying to regain a bit of control. All that shouting, clapping of hands and of gloves there. Joss Buttler was doing a lot of that shouting, trying to get minds refocused. Broad's on his way, and he bowls outside the off stump. Broad's on his way, and he bowls outside the off stump. There's stroke required and none given.
Well, the problem for Josh Buttler behind the stumps is he could take his mind back 24 hours to those two chances that dropped behind, the mis-stumping. It was Shah Masood. When you drop a batsman that's still out there, it just ekes away at you. You just know you've affected the game.
Yes.
And if Shah Masood can get 3 figures, it's going to go a long way towards Pakistan having a real chance of winning this test match.
Here's Broad, bowls to Masood, who's repeated it, but this one was not quite out of the middle of the bat, and that went in the air past Burns, but it's another boundary down to third man as Broad gave him that little bit of width. Didn't quite glide off the bat as the last one. It was a repeat of the shot, but that hit more of an edge than the middle.
It's a little bit of a similar feel to yesterday. England in the opening session were outstanding with the ball, as they were this morning. In the afternoon yesterday, they travelled, didn't they?
Yeah.
And the same's happening today.
Well, Shah Masood's now on 96.
He's found a bit of fluency, 58 from his first 198, and now another 38 from his next 50 balls.
2 balls remain in the over. Broad's on his way. He's there and he bowls, and Masood's tucked him into the onside. He'll try and get 2 here if he can, with Pope in pursuit. They will come back for the second. And Shah Masood's on 98, not out.
Well, the skipper, Joe Roots, just had a little wander from first slip to speak to Dominic Bess, who's behind square on the offside. So it will be about him coming on to bowl, I'm pretty sure. So it will be about him coming on to bowl, I'm pretty sure.
Yep, quite an extended word, and Root is actually talking to Bess as he retreats.
Change of angle around the wicket.
Yeah. 98 not out. Shah Masood waiting for Broad, who's galloping in from the far end. He bowls too many drives, but that's gone straight to mid-on and fielded by Chris Woakes. So he'll have to wait for his 400, but you feel he's going to get it sooner or later. 241 for 5. And the new ball so far has not provided a breakthrough for England. More from Michael Vaughan, and then Simon Mann's coming in here.
Yeah, very good for Pakistan the last half an hour in particular. And Stokes is having a chat with Jimmy Anderson. Saw Stokes have another quite long bowl this morning, but I don't think England will be turning to Stokes just yet. Pakistan batsman just having a drink. Jimmy Anderson will carry on. It's just getting to the stage. I mean, 241. It doesn't sound a huge score, but you know, when you start getting towards 300 and beyond, we've seen spin. We know how skillful the Pakistan seamers can be. Mohammad Abbas, he bowls well on most surfaces and gets a little bit of wobble on most surfaces, and then you've got Naseem, Shah and Shaheen, Shah, Afridi, who can bowl quickly, and the two leg spinners, and you can see the footholes already outside there. It'd be a left-hander that would look down and see plenty of rough, so the likes of Rory Burns will be already kind of portraying and having a look at those follow-through and going, oh, before I've even got any, I've got a bit of rough to look into. So Pakistan are putting themselves in a very strong position.
It's amazing how quickly the game can change. Pakistan scored more runs this afternoon than they scored in the whole morning session. We've had just over 40 minutes. Anderson goes in, bowls to Shadab, who's back and drops it into the onside. They're off for a quick single, and the throw from Pope hits Shan Masood as he runs through. They've run so well. You feel a run out is just around the corner, but they have judged most things very well in this innings, and it's infuriating for the bowling and fielding side as well. The bowlers and the fielders.
I think it's proven that if you've got two players that are absolutely committed to this tactic, it's very hard to stop them. Unless you hit it so hard that it goes to the fielder. But if you just drop and run, I mean, how close can extra cover and mid-wicket get? They can't really get any closer.
No, it's very good. Have you ever played indoor cricket?
I have, yeah.
Where you just basically, it is tip and run. And it's amazing what you can get, isn't it?
Yeah, down at Wicker Bank in Sheffield all those years ago. I can't remember what it was called, the indoor school. It was the first indoor school around Sheffield.
Shadab on 98. Anderson goes in to bowl to him. And he turns that away. Backward a square. He's off for one. He's going to get the second here. He's coming back for the second. You can hear the roar from the Pakistan dressing room beneath us. Takes his helmet off and leaps in the air, and that's 3 consecutive hundreds for Shan Masood, his 4th overall. He had to work so hard for the first 50. He has flourished of late, and he's put Pakistan in a good position in this game. He's really frustrated England. He's batted for nearly 86 overs.
251 balls, 13 fours, as you said. It's his 4th career 100, 3rd in successive innings. He made 135 against Sri Lanka in Karachi in December, 100 exactly against Bangladesh in Rawalpindi in February. It's the 43rd time a batsman has scored 3 or more hundreds, 3 hundreds in successive innings in 3 or more innings. Well, 300 in successive innings in 3 or more innings, and he's the 6th Pakistan player to do it after Misbah ul-Haq, Yunus Khan, Mohammad Yusuf, Mudassar Azhar and Zahir Abbas. So 100 in his first 36 test innings, and then 3 and 3.
And he bent down and kissed the turf as well. Here he is, Anderson bowling to Shan Masood. He's forward, normal service resume. A nice solid defensive block there.
Yeah, well, a wonderful 100. He's had a couple of elements of fortune, but you have to have that in English conditions. You could argue that it's probably the hardest place to come and bat. When you're facing Broad and Anderson with the Duke ball, the lights have been on. I know they're off now, but for the most part of his innings, there has been movement. And I don't think it gets any harder than this as an opening batsman to come and face this combination.
Here goes Anderson, bowls to Shan Masood. He beats him. That's a fine delivery going across him. He poked at that one past the outside edge. I mean, it is an overcast afternoon. The lights aren't on yet. Back to those good bowling conditions. England got the new ball in hand.
Yeah, particularly when Jimmy Henderson's had him out 6 times previously. For not many runs. He's come here with a different technique, a different mindset. And he's playing the anchor role. Absolutely perfect for Pakistan.
He's the first overseas opener to score 100 in a test match in England since. Here's a little question for you. Here's Anderson bowling outside the off stump. There's no stroke.
Rahul.
From Shan Masood. Yeah. Hey, Rahul. Do you know that, do you?
Yeah, because I'm on the same WhatsApp group as you.
Oh, are you?
I'm sitting right here, guys.
Well, sometimes, Andy, we just think you take a stab at things rather than...
I prefer your approach, Andy, to be fair. I just like stats that are made up.
He's the first to score 100 in England in the opening innings of a test against England since Chris Rogers at Lords in 2015.
Yeah. Here is Anderson bowling to Shan Masood outside the off stump. And lets that one go by. It's quite wide from Anderson. 244 for 5. Masood 100 not out. He's been out there for 255 balls. He's getting excellent support from Shadab, who's gone for chaos theory, and it's worked. Disrupted England.
Yeah, when Pakistan lost Rizwan. I saw the first few deliveries that Shadab Khan faced, and I thought it can't be long. That technique, the right shoulder was coming in too soon. He was kind of planting his foot down, middle stump, and just using his hand. I thought he's got to snick one. Well, he's hung in there. He's now 34 from 50. And absolutely right, Simon. He's caused chaos. He's been what you describe as a pest from an England perspective, but he's survived, and I'm sure he'll carry on in that fashion.
Here goes Broad to bowl to him. That's outside the off stump. He leans forward and lets the ball go through to Buttler. In a way, he's the number 7. He's batted like wicket keepers often do.
Yeah, it's just number 7. That's how to bat.
Well, I suppose you've got that licence at number 7.
It's just number 7, that's how they bat.
Well, I suppose you've got that licence at number 7. But one feature of his batting has been the running, pinching those quick singles. Really annoying for a fielding side and for the bowlers as well. They have to constantly change their lines. Left hand, right hand, batsman on strike. Broad goes in, arms pumping, bowls a very short delivery that swings after it went past the bat. And Buttler had to leap away to his right to take it in front of Root at first slip. Shadab. To his right to take it in front of Root at first slip. Shadab allowed it to go. He shaped to try to swat it away. There are 2 men back, Archer's on the fine leg boundary. And there's a deep backwards square leg in as well. If you're in that ring on the offside, or Anderson mid-on, you need to be alive here because they're looking to pinch those singles. Here's Sibley walking purposefully from cover. That's short, and that's swung away down towards Archer. He's going to get underneath it. No, just short. One bounce to Archer coming in off that fine leg boundary.
Andy, I've got something quite revealing. Andy, do you want the good or the bad news?
Well, either. News is news.
Well, the good news is that Alistair Cook's listening. The bad news, he says that the last stat from Andy was wrong. About Chris Rogers scoring 100 at Lords in the first test of a series. He says, I think the first test was played in Cardiff.
I didn't say first test. I said first innings, opening innings of a match.
You're not listening, Alistair. You're not listening.
Do not question me, Sir Alistair.
Correct. Night.
2:45 for 5. Shan Masood on strike. Broad ran the wicket. Low pull from Shan Masood. Down to Archer, who's gone 70 metres or so to his right-hand side. That fine leg to field that one as well.
Go on, keep going, Andy.
Pakistan openers with centuries in England. Shan Masood is only the 5th. Slightly ominously for England, 3 of the previous 4 have reached 176 or more. The other Pakistan openers with centuries in England. Saeed Anwar, the most recent, 176 at the Oval in 1996. Ahmed Sohail, 205 on this ground in 1992. Madassan Azhar, 124 at Birmingham in 87. And Mohsin Khan, brilliant 200 at Lords in 1982.
Very good, Andy. He's typing.
You can see him typing, can you?
Yeah,
Sir Alistair.
Yeah. I don't have him as Sir Alistair. I must change that. I must edit it. He's just Alistair.
2:46 for 5. Shan Masood on 101. Shadab back on strike on 35. Broad goes into bowl to him. And Broad, they pinch another single. The ball goes 1 metre from the leg stump. He pushed forward, thick inside edge, possibly a bit of pad involved, and they ran through for the run. So all change again for Jofra. He's going to be tired before he gets to bowl. Going from one side of the field to the other as they keep turning the board over. 2:47 for 5. And Shan Masood on 101. Broad bowling with this field that England have stuck to for large parts of the day. 2 slips of gully, 3 saving, 1 on the off. 2 on the on and a fine leg. Bess gives himself a couple of metres at backward point. Here's Broad going into bowl. That's clipped away nicely by Shan Masood. Again, Archer's in action, running away to his right-hand side. They're coming back for the second. Nice throw from Archer, right by the bails, but Shan Masood is quick, and they had 2 under control.
See, the problem, Andy, is when you're dealing with a knights are generally right. He said he's going to re-listen.
All right, okay. Well, if I did say that, I didn't mean to say it. What I meant to say was opening. I'm sure I said opening innings of a match, didn't I?
I think
Adam's
you did.
giving it the nod.
Yeah, I think you did.
It's the first century England have conceded in their last 8 tests. The last time they had a 7-test sequence without a century by an opposition batsman was in the late 1950s. Unless Sir Alistair Cook has evidence to the contrary.
He's just been picking up his dog. He didn't quite get your response, Andy. He missed it. Where would you rank the combination of Anderson and Broad in the modern game of difficulty? So Shan Masood's got the 100 against Broad in these conditions. Ball,
degree of difficulty, yeah.
I think it's right up there.
Yeah. Anderson goes into bowl to Shadab. Shadab guides it away just to the right of fourth slip. That 4-slip stroke gully fielder, and they get another single. It's a bit like one-day cricket. It's a bit like tip and run.
You could say probably Stark and Cummins and Hazelwood, and that's a trio, but either of those two together in Brisbane, somewhere like that. Pink ball in Adelaide. Shami and Bumrah in India on some of the pitches that they play. That's not easy with a bit of Jadeja thrown in. This is a high-class century. It's this combination.
Yeah, he's played really well, especially in the last hour or so. He's going to play a bit more fluently. Anderson bowls to him. He's forward. Oh, it could be a run out here. Shot at the stumps. The dive comes in again. England miss. Well, that was a really tight single. Shadab running to the danger end.
I reckon he's made it.
Well, even if the throw had hit.
He's dived. He probably dived 3 metres before. And he slid across the turf. Let's have a look. His bat might have gone in the air, but I think it wasn't a great throw.
It was Don Bess. He wasn't far away. He gave himself just a fraction of a second to set himself there, and then threw the ball at stumps. Okay, he was in a oblique angle, so it wasn't easy to hit stumps from side on.
I think he's winded himself, Shadab Khan. He's put such a good dive, and you can see his shirt has got all the dust from the pitch right down the front. You can see Joe Root as well. He this morning had the smile on his face. He was in control, and now Pakistan have just grabbed again this session. He's looking slightly concerned, the England captain.
They've scored 64 runs in 55 minutes. 251 for 5. Shadab's back on his feet. A great smear of the Old Trafford ground on his stomach. Here's a short ball. Anderson swung away by Shadab, down towards fine leg in front of the hotel. Woakes is onto it, sends in the return, gets the ball away quickly. Good piece of fielding from Woakes, because they were looking for 2 there.
Yeah, that's they've nicked singles, but also every time it's gone out to the deep, they have really run hard to try and grab the second.
252 for 5. I mean, that previous delivery, the one before the pull shot, really, I mean, that was an outrageous single, wasn't it? Because Bess is quite close in on the onside at forward square leg, and it was played straight to him.
But I reckon he made it. The dive saved him.
There's going to be a run out, there has to be. Anderson bowls, and Shah Masood lets that one go. Goes too low, Buttler almost takes that on the second bounce. 252 for 5. Anderson is in 19th over. Well, we went for 4 and over yesterday, so he has dragged it back today. 1 for 59. Vital blow of Babar Azam in the first over of the day. Shafiq out for 7. Rizwan for 9. 176 for 5. It's now 252 for 5. Anderson glides into bowl to Shan Masood, who tabs it into the offside. There's Sibley practically under the nose of the batsman by the time that was played, trying to cut off that single. Shan Masood again looking for it and realised that Sibley had crept in on that offside. The lights are back on at Old Trafford. They've been on for the last 5 minutes or so. It's another grey afternoon now. We had some sun today and some blue sky, but not at the moment.
Another. Had a couple.
Here's Anderson. Bowls to Shan Masood. He's onto the back foot there, punching that through the offside in front of square. It's going out towards the boundary. Pope is after it, or dives too soon. He dives too soon. He might not have got there in any case. And that's gone away for 4. It's a tantalising one.
In the end, Jimmy's not happy, Simon. You can see him chuntering.
He's gone 1 for 63 from his 19. Now it's 256 for 5, and the run's beginning, or continuing to flow, I should say. Mike Adelman emails, let me listen to your comments on Manchester's weather. I'll have you know that in terms of annual average rainfall, Glasgow is in fact the UK's rainiest city, followed closely by Lancaster. Leeds is 5th, Cardiff is 8th, and Manchester is 14th. In terms of days of rainfall per year, Manchester is a positively arid 10th in the UK. So there. Okay, thanks, Mike.
Well done, Mike.
Thank you.
Well done. Put Simon in his box. Exactly what you have to do. That last shot, the 4, it reminded me of Chris Broad. Tall left-hander, Stuart's dad. He used to kind of get a nice base and just kind of play from that base and punch it square of the wicket. Lovely shot. Chris Woakes into the attack. Thought they might have gone to Don Bess. Let's try and change the play up slightly.
Well, Woakes has been so reliable on this ground this summer. Well, he's reliable in English conditions in general. He's bowled 15 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 28. And there's a long conversation going on there between Root and the bowler. And also, is that Ben Stokes involved? No, Stokes is down at second slip. Who's there at the far end? Jimmy Anderson's up there. So call for Woakes.
What you got for us, Andy?
42 from 8 overs with the new ball, just contrasting the spells of Broad and Anderson. This morning, Anderson 1 for 12 from 7, with the second new ball, none for 19 in 4. Broad 1 for 4 from 5 overs this morning, none for 23 in 4 this afternoon. And I have some more details on the challenge of playing England in England. And these have been published on the BBC website, so they're scientifically fact, from an article I wrote in between the test matches. I'll come to it after Woakes' first ball.
Same field. 2 slips to gully and 3-7-1 on the offside. There's the man back there. Woakes bowls. Very full. Dug out into the onside. They're looking for 2 here. That Bess rushing in from deep square leg to pick up.
I like it when you use the word, 2 words, scientifically fact. This is going to be good.
Facts these days are different to what they used to be. But looking at England's seamers in the last 5 home summers, and these stats were up to the end of the West Indies series, England's seamers since 2016 have averaged 23.6 in England, which is the lowest average by England seamers over a 5-summer period since 1951 to 63, when Truman and Statham were in their pomp.
Wow. So what was that when Truman and Statham were in the pomp? What the numbers were back then? What did they produce?
I think that was around about 20. The late 1950s were one of the toughest eras for batting in the history of Test cricket. I'll just get my
uncovered pitches
spreadsheet up.
Another long conversation between Root and his bowler and Jimmy Anderson. Anderson fielding it mid-off for Shan Masood.
Yeah, what he's done just a little manoeuvre. Cover point is in on the catch, Dom Sibley. Dominic Bess is like a short third man area for that back cut.
A few have flown in the air through there, where Bess is. He's coming in now,
yeah,
a few metres. It's almost like a deep gully. Here is Woakes bowling, pushed away into the offside. Picked up by Sibley at short cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, and ironically, he walked into where a normal gully would stand.
Yeah.
So he could probably get away with just standing at gully. Sherrick's having another chat to him. He's trying to maybe work out the angle of where he wants him, or is he talking to him about his bowling? I think it's more about the angle of where he wants him for this.
Is Root saying to him, what's he saying? It was almost as if there was a dispute there about how Bess was positioning himself. Woakes bowls, Masood covers up and plays it.
He's going back
up the pitch.
Going back to chat to him. I think Dominic's on the naughty step.
I don't know. I just sensed a bit of body language between the two. Root's saying, well, what are you doing? How are you positioning yourself? I think Bess is saying, well, look, perhaps if I walk in like this, I might be able to affect the run out.
No, I've read it. They're talking about him bowling. I reckon he's coming on to bowl here.
Right.
I think he's going to bowl from the Statham end. Just saw them like waving around as they were setting the field.
Woakes bowls, dabbed away by Masood. Good stop by Sibley, tumbling away to his right on the pitch end that we used for the second match against West Indies, the third test of that series. He's got no protection on his elbows as well. You have to be careful on those old wicket ends. Take the skin off.
Yeah, Old Trafford was always one of the hard squares. Rock hard, you get awful burns on your legs for any dive. Not that I dive that often, to be honest.
257 for 5. Woakes into bowl to Shan Masood, tucked away into the onside, not stopped at backward square leg by Pope. Archer has to run round and into field. Turns it to Buttler, and Shan Masood is through for 2 more. 110 not out to him. And Pakistan up to 259 for 5. They're closing in on the century partnership, these two. They came together at 176.
I'm surprised they haven't gone to the short stuff. The orthodox stuff's just not worked.
strain on the side as Bess will come in now to Khan, who looks to cut away to the offside but misses it completely. Thuds into the gloves of Joss Buttler.
It's a good delivery from Bess, though. It's just outside off stump. And this is where I was saying about having a clear plan, because he's only got 3 fielders on the offside, so he doesn't want to be too wide of off stump.
As he's through again to Khan, who's turning it to square leg, no run.
So he'll want to bring slip into play if the ball runs on with the arm, but at the same time, if it turns, that the stumps are in play.
Who's the quickest between the wickets in the England team currently is Khan. Advances, launches it high up in the air. Joe Root is underneath it, settling under it at mid-on and taken. So Khan looking to get to his 50 with a maximum. Khan looking to get to his 50 with a maximum, has given his wicket away to the off spin of Dom Bess. He picks up his first wicket in the match, and Pakistan 281 for 6. Shadab Khan exiting on 45.
Well, I think this is terrific bowling from Dom Bess, actually. I think he saw Shadab coming down the wicket. He's bowled it a little bit slower and a bit shorter, and defeating Shadab in the flight. So the ball is, although he gave it an almighty swing, it's gone straight up in the air. Joe Root taking a comfortable catch at mid-on, and it's nice to see Dominic Bess get some reward for his efforts.
Yeah, players out in the middle, right by the pitch, as the Pakistan players clap Shadab off. And out comes the feisty Yasir Shah. Well, this should be entertaining. Doesn't hold back, does Yasir Shah. Scored a century at Adelaide against Australia after David Warner smashed it to all parts, scored a triple century. And Marnus Labuschagne, I think, as well got a 100 in the same match.
Shadab Khan's final figures, 45 from 76 balls, 3 fours. The partnership 105 from 25.2. As I said, it was the first 100 stand Pakistan have had for the 6th wicket in England.
Mark Ramprakash has left us. In comes Azhar Mahmood, who will be pretty happy with the position that Pakistan are in. And probably looking forward to seeing how Yasir Shah goes in this innings. He's at the non-strikers end at the moment. Shan Masood just remarking his guard to Dom Bess. He's got a deep cover out. Everyone else is up, and he's got a slipping position coming around the wicket. Masood dabs the ball under his eyes, falls in front of Joss Buttler.
Yeah, I think these two guys played really well, Shan Masood and Shadab Khan. Unfortunately, he was looking for a big glory, big booming 6, I would say.
Do you blame him? As Bess bowls to Masood, and that is a good leave. Nearly skids onto the off stump.
No, I won't blame him because he worked so hard on his one-day game. So he was mainly a blocker, and now because for last year or so he worked so hard on.
As Masood, still in his crease, looks to clip it leg side, but hits the pad instead. Clearly going down the leg side. At the end of the over, it's 281 for 6 then. Shan on 126, and Yasir Shah will face his first delivery to Woakes very shortly.
So he worked really hard on his, one-day game. So he wants to call himself a batting all-rounder, and he got all the potential. And he's a fiery character, competitor, and you want, as a captain and as a coach, player like him. And you want, as a captain and as a coach, player like him in your dressing room.
Yeah, quite cheeky and fearless as he now takes his guard on middle and leg and also on middle.
When you're batting at number 7, you have to be fearless and, a counter-attack sometime. They were 176 for 5 at that time. So you need to put pressure on the opposition to get a good total for your side on the board.
2-man back on the leg side, deep backward square and fine leg for Woakes. 2 slips in the gully in position as well for Yasir Shah, who defends a good length delivery. Back down the pitch. No run.
Isha, this is a guy, he's a competitor as well. He won't give his wicket away. And now because Yunus Khan is there, so he get on with Yunus Khan really well. Yunus must told him to stay there for Shan, bat with a Shan for a long period of time.
So we're not going to see any flowing drives.
Oh, you might
early.
see. You might see with him. You never know.
Here comes Woakes running towards us. Bowls good length and pats it to the offside this time.
If you get few short delivery, you might see those shots. If they're bowling length, he will be happy to play properly.
Just looking at Yasir Shah's batting in Australia, made 26 and 42 in Brisbane, then this amazing 113 in Adelaide. He'd been out in single figures in his 9 previous Test innings before that, and had an average of fractionally over 11 before that tour of Australia.
Taps his bat down hard, back and across, drives to Stuart Broad, who misfields. It's heading out to the long off boundary as he's sprinting the 2 and turns, but then signals no to Masood as a throw comes in from root. So picks up his first runs, goes to 283 for 6.
It was full delivery and Yasir absolutely nailed that one. Hands from Broad, but they end up managing 2 runs.
Just taking a look at his hand at the moment, Stuart Broad at mid-off. Just a little bit of a sting, but I think he's okay. Woakes is in again, bowl short, and Yasir Shah almost ducks into the ball.
Yeah, if we see some more short stuff, you might see the flurry drive from him.
Yeah.
But he worked hard on his batting as well, with Yunus Khan and now Mushtaq back in the side in the management, so they work hard on his batting. They know Pakistan have a long tail, so if they can manage to get 50 odd runs from these tail ender, they will be very happy with that.
Sun just breaking through for the first time in a long time today. It's a nice warm feeling as Joe Root has just checked the ball with umpire Kettleborough, and it's gone through the rings to check whether it's out of shape, but he's deemed it okay to continue with as the ball gets tossed around to Chris Woakes at the top of his mark. Here he pushes off past the umpire. Shah leaves outside the off stump. Extravagant leave as he waves his bat over. Not as extravagant as we see from Steve Smith.
I would say that, Steve Smith, maybe he's watching him quite closely.
Now crouches in position as swarms up that back of his. James Bracey on the field for James Anderson as Woakes bowls wide of the off stump. It's guided down to third man. There's pointers chasing after it. Another sprint for Yasir Shah as the ball is pulled back off the boundary, and they will pick up 3. Throw coming in from Rory Burns after a good bit of work from Ollie Pope down there. 286 for 6 then. Shah Masood on 126. Yasir Shah on 5. A few more words from you, Azhar, and then it will be Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, it was a good shot. It was short and wide, and Yasir played really well. He was full control of this shot, end up managing 3 runs. This is very important for Pakistan. Yasir stayed with Shan, and they can put some good partnership here to get Pakistan total for 350 odd. If they manage to do that, that be a great effort from Pakistan batting unit in these conditions. especially against Duke Ball, Anderson, Broad, Woakes. So.
Yes, it's been a terrific afternoon for Pakistan. It's left England with a few headaches or potential headaches here. But they do know that there is a long tail, and now with Anderson off, Stuart Broad is now the latest to go off. He's looking very ruefully at his left hand. So 2 substitutes now, Lawrence and Bracey. Although I thought I caught a glimpse there of Anderson ready to come back on again. Suddenly, with rather short of bowlers out there, there's 2 main men off the field. Bess is continuing.
And we haven't seen Archers since lunch.
Here goes Bess and bowls, and Yasir prods forward. The cry of catch it there as that bounces away into the offside, and Buttler fields. And meanwhile, Shan Masood goes on and on at the non-striker's end. And Bess again strides in, bowls the right-handed Yasir, who'll be interested to see how this pitch is playing. At the loud cry of no there, the ball runs away down to backward point.
What a magnificent innings from Shan Masood. This marathon innings, especially on these conditions. Ball is hooping around and he's still there.
He absolutely is. Bess again strides in, tosses this up. Yasir's beaten there outside the off stump. He maybe just kept his bat in line there. He was trying to, I think, convince the bowler. He just whipped it out of the way in time. But he'll be interested. The wrist spinner in what the surface looks like and what the ball is doing. Short leg slip. And Bess moves in, bowls, and that's turned around the corner by Yasir. He's got 100 to his name, but it was one of those hundreds in which he kind of licensed to 80 for 6 or something that he went in. It was one of those where the situation was pretty dire.
Yeah, he's a fiery type of character. Whenever he got opportunity, he will nail that opportunity, and that maybe.
Yeah, slip and short leg. Bess bowling to him. What's a better length? Oh, does he drop that? Don't tell me Butler's dropped another one. I think he has. Looking at the body language, I think Josh Buttler has dropped Yasir Shah. Yes, he has. He did. He dropped him on 5.
Yes, he has. Dear. Oh, big blow.
In and out. Dear. Bess has had no luck at all, really. He's got that 1 wicket to show, but that's the 3rd chance in all that he's managed to find, and that's turned around the corner by Azhar. Dropped on 5. I'm afraid a note goes in the book. And Josh Buttler's not having a happy game behind the stumps. 286 for 6. Azhar 5. Shah Masood 126. I think England needed that. Anyway, Anderson's coming back onto the field. What Butler's thinking is pulling his cap on, he's taking his helmet off.
He's having a tough game here because it's the 3rd chance which is given to the Pakistani batsman. And we discussed in the morning as well, like when he's dropped a couple of 1 stump chances a catch. You should be taking these catches. It's pretty straightforward for a keeper and on his caliber.
Yep, and of course he dropped Shah Masood and had him a missed stumping opportunity on 45, and here he is now on 126. And Buttler has to stare at him every ball he faces, with just standing a few yards behind him now. England body language not great, if I'm honest. Some rather drooping shoulders and all that shouting and clapping of hands. It's all gone a bit quiet out there. Archer's back on. He's having a change of ends. He's coming up from the Anderson end. He's going to bowl to Shah Masood from round the wicket. Comes up and bowls to no great pace there. A bit of a stiff-looking delivery. And Masood got behind that easily enough and played it back to the bowler. So Anderson back on the field. But Broad's still off it. I didn't see what he did to his left hand, but
it was attempting to field a ball at mid-off while you were out of the room.
Thank you. Archer scurries in from round the wicket, bowls, and again plenty of time there for Masood to come forward. It was a terrific partnership at 105 with Shadab, and at the moment that Shadab came in, he just lifted the tempo. Those crazy singles, push and run, push and run, push and run.
I think England allowed them to do that because after lunch we see 5 overs to left to the second new ball, but they give them sniff to Pakistan.
Certainly
and
did.
then they utilize that.
I guess it gave them all the momentum back again. Archer round the wicket, comes in and bowls, and that's turned by Shah Masood out to mid-on. A loud cry of no from the batsman. Woakes is the fielder.
We have seen the first session belonged to England. They were all over Pakistan, and then second time around, when after lunch, England allowed them to go and do a big partnership. We saw the best partnership of the game so far.
Sun out as Archer sets off again and bowls on the off stump. Again, it's all not at high pace. It's 83 miles an hour, and Shan plays that on the back foot. Archer fields as he follows through. And some of those players not involved in the game sitting out on the balconies of the hotel down at it's down deep mid-on as we look at it here, on a bit of a curve, bright red. Archer bowls a bouncer, that's a quicker ball. And Masood moved inside the line of that and allowed it to pass by over his shoulder. A transformed ground is, of course, from the old Trafford of yesteryear, not least, of course, because they're playing the other way round. They used to play from left to right as we look at it.
We always
you played that way.
Yeah, I played in that one. Yeah, we saw Archer here. I know every time he comes to bowl, he bowls.
Here he comes again, running in smoothly, bowls on the off stump, and has played easily out into the covers by Masood, who's 126, Yasir Shah's 5, and Pakistan at 286 for 6.
We haven't seen great pace from Archer in this over, and he might have some kind of niggle. Just look at his body language. His body language is not looking great. I think he's in sort of trouble.
Look and see if he's pressing that left side there. Or maybe he's tucking his shirt in, but he doesn't look. He's looking down at the ground, pulling his trousers up. No, he's not happy, I don't think. I think he has got a niggle of some sort. He's coming out to mid-off, so he's not going off the field. I'll have to keep an eye on that. It's Bess, over the wicket, bowls on the leg stump, and as he's done a number of times so far, Yasir turns that round the corner and finds backward square leg. 286 for 6. Short leg there, and Stokes is at slip. Archer to his hands on his hips at mid-off. Bess walks in, and Shah is solidly forward, and Pope fields that with the helmet on at short leg. So
you never know with Yasir, maybe he's come down the wicket and go over the top.
You think?
Yeah.
Roots hanging back there a bit at mid-on. It's Bess again. Bowls, and Yasir Shah defends, and Pope once again is the fielder forward short leg.
Bit quicker through there, sorry.
It's difficult when you're a batsman. A lower order batsman likes to play his shots, but you've got a proper batsman at the other end.
Yeah.
On a big 100.
That's why he's waiting for that.
Yeah. Bess again, floated up. He does clip that away into the leg side, but with no real power. And Bess, very shaggy haired now, fields. But Shah was dropped in that last over on 5 by Joss Buttler. He's got his gloves on his knees now, as it were, waiting as Bess strides in again over the wicket and bowls, and again on a good length, and Shah really comes forward and defends. Blue sky above, not entirely, sort of cloud around, but it's a long day today. We can go on until the overs are bowled, but up to 7 o'clock if necessary. 98 overs day, and I think it'll be that way for just about the rest of the match now to make up time for yesterday. Bess Again, there's a Shah forward. This plays that into the offside, and there's no run. So this news again, which is a great shame. I saw this flash up. We weren't allowed to say it. It was embargoed for a little while. But Ollie Stone is again injured. A low-grade side strain. He was injured in Warwickshire's Bob Willis Trophy match against Northants. And went to scan, confirms it's a left side strain. So he's going to be out for up to 4 weeks, which doesn't leave a lot left. But what a shame. Watched him bowling quite a lot at the Azhar's bowl on the practice wickets and so on. He was working up a lively pace. Archer continues, bowls, and that thumps into Masood's thigh guard. And Archer trots through to pick it up. And it's 286 for 6. England's morning with Babar Azam out in the first over of the day to Anderson's bowling, so out for 69, and Shafiq made only 7. So that was 150 for 4. And Pakistan really were going nowhere there for a long time because Shah Masood was scoring slowly. Rizwan out for 9, 176 for 5. And then this partnership of 105 in Shadab and Shah Masood, who's facing Archer, going down the leg side. Shout or two there as that might have possibly flicked something, but it wasn't bat or glove. And that's just added so much momentum to the game, really. It transformed the innings. And England's fielding was ragged, there were overthrows. There was some brilliant running between the wickets, literally tip and run, dragging the field in. And Shadab holing out really to root at mid-on off Bess for 45. In comes Archer, bowls on the off stump. It's again Masood moves easily into line, 82 miles an hour.
Nothing much happening for bowlers here, but no great deal of pace here. So, you want something from Archer. He's bowling short pitch deliveries, and let's have a short pitch chin music.
But it's almost calling out for a Ben Stokes spell like that. But I don't suppose they dare throw him the ball. But it needs someone to come in and just make something happen. Archer bowls short, but with no great pace, and so that's pulled out towards deep mid wicket. Chase on there for Pope around that boundary edge. He'll just pick it up inside the edge, and they come back for another couple. So Shan goes to 128 and 299 balls.
It just seemed like they were going with the motions. There's nothing much intensity from England.
No, it looks flat, doesn't it? It does look flat. It sounds flat. Archer moves in easily again and bowls, and that's again short, pulled away by Masood, straight to Pope this time. So just the one run will be taken. 289 for 6. Shah Masood to 129. That was his 300th ball. Now, can Archer? Can Archer get stuck into the number 8 here? Make life uncomfortable for him.
See, it wasn't the short ball to hurry Shah Masood. He's batting so well. If you want to bowl a short one, you be bowling up here on the shoulder height to head height.
Well, there's a man back on the leg side there. Let's see if Archer can produce something here. It's the last ball of the over. It comes in, bowls to Shah, who runs that away into the gully. Fine diving stop there from Burns, denies him a couple of runs. And that's the end of the over. 289 for 6. And England desperate for wickets here now, because the way the ball is turning, there's no doubt that it's going to be pretty awkward batting last, I would imagine, if Pakistan have a sizable lead. Inevitably on the telly in front of me here, they're running through all of Buttler's missed chances. We've seen the drop catch, and Shah Masood was on 45 and the missed stumping, and now again that one with Yasir Shah on 5. So Bess is continuing, and Root is dispatching a man out to the leg side boundary and to the offside as well. Stuart Broad is back on the field. So there's a slip, a man on the drive in the offside. Bess goes round the wicket, bowls, and Shah leans back, chops that away out towards deep point. Broad's coming in, he's got his sun hat on, throws the ball in rather scruffily to Buttler there, who did well to take that on the half volley. One more run, 290 for 6. Shah Masood to 130 not out. I don't know what point opening batsmen start thinking about carrying their bats, but must be there slightly in the back of his mind, because there's not a huge amount of batting to come. It doesn't happen very often in Test cricket. Here goes Bess then, and bowls, and that found the edge there, ran down towards Anderson in the gully, and Masood wanted a run, but Yasir saying no, I'm not as fast as Shadab.
That was a good delivery from him. I think went away with the arm. Wasn't the doosra, but straight a delivery with the arm.
290 for 6. Bess again, wearing 47 on his back. Tosses that up. Shah forward. Plays the ball back to the bowler again. 290 for 6.
He's bowling really quick. He's not giving any air to the ball. If he gives air to the ball, I think Yasir will go over the mid-on area.
Well, Root's teasing him there a bit. At that mid-on position, Bess bowls. Forward comes Yasir Shah again. Poke field scurrying round from short leg. Root's got his hands on his hips, which rather I think sums up his mood at the moment. Archer has also got his hands on his hips. He's at mid-off. Bess over the wicket with a lower arm this time. That's short, cut to point. Anderson fields. Archer's like a man who's sort of really sucking in air there at mid-off. Hands on his hips. He doesn't look happy at all. And now Root's going back a little bit at mid-on.
Happy to give him single to bowl at him.
Yep. Bess bowls to him, but no, Yasir's not falling for that one. Simply goes forward and plays that out to short leg, and there is no run. So it's the end of the over at 290 for 6, heading towards tea, just coming up at 5-2. So more thoughts from you, sir, and then Summerman's coming in.
Just looking at Josh Buttler's missed chances since Crickviz have been keeping fielding data since around 2016, and this is only the fourth time in that time that a wicketkeeper has missed 3 chances in one Test innings. So difficult match for Buttler so far.
Yeah, it was difficult chances match for him.
Here's Archer, new over, ran the wicket, bowls to Shan Masood, who clips him away off his hip through backward square leg for a single. So Archer won't mind that too much, because it means he gets a chance to bowl the new man, Yasir Shah. England must be sick of the sight of Shan Masood bowling at him for how many overs now? 103 overs, 102.1 overs.
Yeah, so he played really well. You know, it's a marathon type of innings. He's been brilliant and shows some resilience, some commitment.
It's been a fantastic innings for his side. He's 131 not out. Yasir Shah's on 5, and here is Archer to bowl him in the sunshine. Moves in now and bowls, and he's struck on the pads. A shout for LBW. He's given him out. Yasir is assessing where he is on the crease, and he's walking down to have a look to talk to Shan Masood. And Masood seems to be indicating, I think that's a bit leg side-ish. Is he going to review it? 5, 4,
Look
3,
very close to me.
2, 1. Out of time, surely, unless he has reviewed it. He is walking off. Well, he was out of time anyway, according to the big screen. So Archer's got his wicket, and it's 291 for 7. Just looking at it again, it did look a bit leg side-ish, didn't it?
It looked leg side. I thought it was missing. I think Yasir wants to have a...
Let's have a look. It's umpire's call. Right. It was quite tight to that leg stump, but it was a reasonable amount of the ball was hitting the leg stump according to the Hawkeye technology, and he'd been given out, so if he'd reviewed it, he would have still been on his way. LBW for 5.
Yeah, unlucky for Yasir, but it's umpire's call. You can't really do much. It will be given out, but only you can have it review in your things. But Pakistan don't need that at the moment. So Mohammad Abbas walks in. This guy can hang it there. He's a competitor. He's a fighter. So hopefully he'll stay there.
Mohammad Abbas, let's have a look at his batting in Test cricket. He averages 7.23, his highest score of 29 He's playing his 19th Test match. Of course, he's one of Pakistan's main bowlers. A real steady, nagging line of length that he bowls. He's had a very good start to his Test career. 75 wickets at 20.
Oh, he's been phenomenal since he came into the scene for the last 2 years. His record, as you mentioned, is brilliant. He's the one there to bowl England out, but now he has to stay with Shan Masood to get this total to around 230, 240. 330 to 340. If Pakistan get there, they give themselves a really good chance.
Yeah, the ball's turned. And they've got 2 leg spinners, and they've also got 3 decent quicks as well. Andy wanted to say something.
Yeah, on Mohammad Abbas's batting, his average is low at 7.2. He also has a very low strike rate at 19. What that means is he can be, as we're saying, sorry.
Here's Archer bowling to him, and he's caught that slip first ball. Archer's on a hat-trick. Root takes the catch. Nice, comfortable height around about stomach area, and England have suddenly taken 2 in 2, and it's 291 for 8. And the next man's in on a hat-trick.
Yeah.
What were you saying, Andy? Sorry?
Just about to say, he's quite
was given out. It was somewhat dubiously.
I just wonder, when Stokes is on strike to Abbas again, I think Pakistan might have to change and put a short leg in, because it actually ended up about a metre outside of his crease because he's walking at the bowler. So if you put a short leg there, just get under his skin a little bit, I think that might potentially stop him lunging forward.
Afridi is going to start a new over from the Statham end, the commentary box end. He's in to Joe Root, and Root leaves this alone outside the off stump. It was full, it was wide, he was not tempted. There is a milky sun, there are some high clouds away to our left where the weather is coming. It looks a little better, so I think England are going to have to prepare themselves to be there possibly all the way through till 7 o'clock this evening.
Yep.
If they can last that long. At the moment, wouldn't be absolutely certain the way Pakistan are using this new ball. Here comes Afridi. Root pats at the ground, waits, and then leaves another one alone outside the off stump, wide of that off stump. Yeah, even 6 stump.
He's setting him up here, so he's gone wide. He's trying to get Joe Root's balance over to that off stump, trying to get that head to kind of think that the ball's going to be outside that off stump, then he'll fire one straight, hope that it swings back. So there's been 2 balls now, about a yard and a half outside of the off stump.
The top of his mark, waiting. There's a forward square leg, a wide mid on, a shortish mid off. He runs into Root. Root defends from the crease, pushes into a point. There's no run. 12 for 2 England, both openers out. Pakistan having made 326. A crucial phase of the game. Are you imagining that the Mohammad Abbas can bowl longer spell at the far end? You're imagining Naseem Shah's going to use this end, our end?
Yeah, you'd think so. Abbas can pretty much plug himself in for 8 or 9.
Well, that's the problem for England, yeah. And he's fairly relentless. Here comes Afridi once more. Root short, leaves it alone, just drops his hands on it. Died a little bit actually on the keeper, Mohammad Rizwan. Again, there's no run. The wind has dropped. It's just got this sort of ominous, sultry, oppressive feel to it right now. You can feel that bearing down on England's batsmen. Because don't forget, with the shape of their team, how much they'd dearly love to have had Root at 4, Stokes at 5, but instead everyone's been pushed up one because
so Pakistan, no, this is such a great opportunity. It's going to come round the wicket. Shaheen, Shah, Afridi again. This is something just a little bit out of the box, a bit different.
Yeah, a change of angle again. Is this going to be a Wasim Akram toe crusher? Round the wicket. He comes from right behind the umpire as well. He's in. Root defends from the crease late into sort of gully region. There's no run. 12 for 2. The score remains.
That's what I love about Pakistan and the way they play the cricket. That he's bowled so well over the wicket. He's bowled 4 dot balls, and then he thinks, I'm going to come round the wicket. Why not? Just change the angle. Just the way that they do things. It's just a little bit unorthodox. That's why it's very difficult to prepare to face them. You're quite sure what angle they're going to create.
There's real fizz off the pitch when he bowls as well. Real fizz and action. He comes in again. Beat the over, and Root just drops out at his feet, waiting at the crease, just plops it down in front of him. End of the over. 12 for 2 England. Root yet to score, Stokes yet to score. Sibley and Burns both out. Sibley for 8, Burns for 4. And there's just a wonderful, even though there's nobody here, somehow you can feel this incredible tension around the match, around the series. It's going to be Mohammad Abbas to continue.
And he's not going to change anything in the field. He's going to keep 3 slips in a gully.
You want them.
Well, I just think a short leg, when you've got a player coming out and batting so far outside of the crease and lunging forward, just a short leg can just slightly put him off somewhat.
He is batting outside of his crease, Stokes, and he lets this go by outside the off stump. Goes through to the keeper. And there is no run. There's chatter after every ball. contrast between the two. With Afridi, there seems to be genuine sort of real action on the ball. Is it his wrist? It's just fizzes off the pitch.
Yeah, he gets that extra bit of oomph.
It does, oomph is what he gets.
Whether it's the new ball, we'll have to wait and see later on when he bowls with an older ball, but he's charging in.
How far outside his crease is Stokes? About a foot and a half. Defends on the front foot, full ball to mid-off, short mid-off. No run. So far, he's looked solid against Abbas. This is posing a problem for Abbas because, as you say, he doesn't bowl at any great pace, so he's not going to be able to surprise him with you'd think, with a speedier one. So he's going to be forced to drag his length back a little bit, or else he's bowling half volleys. As Michael Vaughan leaves us, and a very happy-looking Azam Mahmood is coming to sit down. Mohammad Abbas is in.
Driven, bowled him! Bowled! Stokes has gone. England have lost their third wicket. A beauty. It's hit the top of off. Mohammad Abbas has got his man. And England are in all sorts of horrible trouble. They're 12 for 3. It's chaos out there.
Goodness me. Mohammad Abbas gazes to the heavens in delight. That's just gone past the outside edge of Stokes' groping bat, and then it's clipped the top of the off stump. And a jubilant, delighted Mohammad Abbas has his man, and Stokes trudges off with England in the mire. Let us say it. They are on the brink here. Azam Mahmood.
Oh, magnificent delivery from Abbas. That's what you get from Mohammad Abbas all the time, asking question. Big wicket for Pakistan here. Ben Stokes goes, and England are in real trouble here. 12 for 3.
You must be delighted with the way they bowled. It's been fantastic, isn't it?
Oh, that's what I'm looking for from Pakistani bowlers, and that's why they were so good and asking question all the time, especially Shaheen Afridi. We see him seaming the ball in and away from the right-hander, and it was brilliant to watch.
Well, and they're such contrasting bowlers, aren't they? You've got the pace and the angle of the left armour. And then Abbas, I mean, you know, to get that past his outside, when Stokes is batting that far outside of his crease, so in order to get the length right to hit the top of off stump, where Stokes is at, you've got to be absolutely pinpoint perfect. Otherwise, you're bowling basically a half volley, because Stokes is nearly a yard outside his crease.
That's where all the experience comes from. You know, this guy been around for a while in domestic cricket. That's why we pick him, because he was so accurate with his line and length, and keep hearing from the slips cordon, and they will keep telling him he's outside of the crease, so adjust your length according to that, and he's done that.
Well, you've got to be so accurate to get that right. 3 slips in a gully. Ollie Pope is in much earlier than he would have liked, much earlier than England fans would like. We're halfway through the 6th over. England are 12 for 3. They're in terrible dire trouble, and Mohammad Abbas is into Pope, who punches off the back foot to point, and there is no run. This is extremely testing, and I said slightly in jest that this could be a difficult session for England, and they'll hope to be sort of 4 down or something like that. At the moment, they're going to be wondering about batting out this session. England, Andy, you've got stats on how many times England have been bowled out in a session in the last couple of years. Don't look at me in a startled fashion. You mentioned it in the bar the other night.
Did I?
Mohammad Abbas is in, and Pope is turned round, thick outside edge, squirts past gully, runs down towards third man. There are 3 fielders after it. None of them are going to get to it. It plops into the sponge, and Pope gets away. But I say streaky. I mean, he played it quite well, quite late, but it was not off the middle of the bat by any means. He's off the mark, and England is 16 for 3.
Excellent delivery against him from Abbas, square him up, and he was managed to get through third man area for another boundary.
Well, it's been the most exhausting 20 minutes commentary I've done. I think there were 2 screamingly loud LBW appeals that were turned down. They didn't go for it. Then there were 2 that were looked at. 2 wickets have gone down just in the last 20 minutes as Abbas is in, worked into the onside, full ball, and Pope gets away with that last one. Played it well up to mid-on. End of the over. England 16 for 3. Leaving this to Azhar, and Isha Guhar is going to replace me.
As you mentioned, last 20 minutes, I think this is the best commentary I've had in last 20 minutes in my short career. Absolutely fantastic stuff from both these openers from Pakistan, Shane Shah, Afridi and Mohammad Abbas, asking question every delivery.
Well, it's been astonishing, really, so far. Incredible from Pakistan. 16 for 3 after Shan Masood batted quite beautifully to score over 150 in the innings. And here we are. Shaheen Shah Afridi has picked up 1 for 4, and we'll continue from the Brian Statham. And Mohammad Abbas has just continued where he left off a couple of years ago, where he was the leading wicket taker in that series against England. Loves bowling in English conditions, an average of 13 here. He's 2 for 12. And it will be Joe Root with an open stance to face up to Shaheen Shah Afridi, back over the wicket, the left armour. Here he is, pushing away, running towards the England captain. 3 slips in play as Root defends on the off stump, finds its way to point, make sure he gets right over the ball. Root, and the timing of it was good as well. Yet to get off the mark here at Old Trafford as he comes down the track and just pats the wicket. Spent a bit of time with these boys, Azhar. Shaheen Shah Afridi in particular, spent some time coaching him. What has he worked on?
Even Abbas, he worked really hard on his wrist position. You know, he was managed to get ball away from the right-hander. We worked so hard, and now he's working with Vakar.
Root back and across, driving to extra cover, no run.
To bring the ball back to right-hander is a crucial thing as a left-arm seamer. If you can manage to get the ball back to the right-hander, you're asking question. Batsman has to play every single time. He don't know which way to go.
Yeah. I saw him in Australia over the winter, and it comes very naturally to him, the ball angling across the right-hander, but that ability to bring it back in now, posing some extra problems as England are finding. Here he comes again then, past the umpire, bowls. Root leaves outside the off stump, much to the excitement of the slip cordon, but it was an apt leave. It was high and quite wide as well.
Because when he started playing cricket at under 19 level, he wasn't strong. We work hard on his fitness, and one thing he used to does, his front legs goes open up, and he only managed to take the ball away. So we adjust his alignment to get in a line to allow him to get the ball back to the right-hander.
Root has faced 17 deliveries, yet to get off the mark as his bat is high, and allowing another one to pass outside the off stump off a good length. Just getting used to the pace of this wicket, the England captain was late on a delivery early on in his innings, just jagged back, struck him on the pad. His bat was absolutely nowhere, and as he was bringing it down, as he just spins it in his hands now, and a change of angle from Shaheen Shah Afridi. We've seen his full repertoire. We've seen the ball coming back in from over the wicket, the ball going across. We've seen a back of a length short ball, and now he is coming around the wicket once more to Root. Shuffles forwards into his stride, bowls Root off his pads, plays it to mid-wicket, just clips it there, and no run. Plenty of excitement if you're just tuning in. 16 for 3, England are trailing by 310. The England captain is out there already, batting at 3, of course, in this test match. Ben Stokes not fully fit when it comes to bowling, so they had to address the balance of the side in the last test against the West Indies. They continued with the same team. It meant that Root had to push himself up a place. He's out there in the middle with Ollie Pope as Afridi attacking the crease. Bowls and Root drives, finds its way to point again. And no run is taken as he raises his bat. End of the over, 16 for 3. So many highlights to catch up on, and a reminder, you can watch in-play video clips on the BBC Sport website and app now. And today at the test, our hour-long highlight show is on BBC Two from 7 and available to catch up at your leisure on the BBC iPlayer. Azhar?
Shaheen Afridi, he's not afraid to pitch the ball up with the new ball. And you will see when the ball is slightly getting older, he drag his length back. But he got really smart cricketer. One thing, he learns the game so quickly, and every time he learns something new, he goes and try on the field. I've worked with so many people, they are afraid to utilize that on the field, but this guy is always willing to do that on the field.
Abbas running towards us now to Pope, who's defending back to mid-on, where Shaheen Afridi uses the long barrier to take the ball.
And last time when we were here in 2016, before he played county cricket, he got opportunity to play county cricket, and we thought, okay, Pakistan is going touring England, so you should go and play county cricket. This guy from first class cricket got tons of wicket in first class cricket. But since then, he's been a great find for Pakistan.
Average of 20 in 24 matches in first-class cricket, Mohammad Abbas, as he bowls now to Pope on the back foot, guiding that past third slip out to the third-man boundary, and we'll pick up a couple here as the throw comes in. 18 for 3 then, inside the 8th over of this innings, trailing by 308, Pope to 6. Played a couple of seasons at Leicestershire and was due to play at Notts this year.
But I think because of the COVID, everything is... Because this guy was so good, because he got a 10 for against Australia in Abu Dhabi. Bowling on those pitches is not easy.
Pope, bat stump high, crouches, pushes to the offside, comes through for 1. Vacant cover region as Masood at point. Comes around to his right to collect it.
He's so skillful. I remember when we had the emerging camp, when we find out about Abbas, so we picked all the guys from domestic cricket who are bowling well, because we got lots of left-handers like Amir, Wahab and Irfan, all these left-handers. So we got 2 guys who are on the tour here, Imran Khan and Suhail Khan. They bowl really well. They're a good bowler, but we want someone to bowl a long spell for us and create different angles from different right-hander. So we saw this guy and we thought, okay, myself, Indy and Mickey, we said we need to pick this guy. And since then, he's been phenomenal for Pakistan cricket.
Standing at the top of his mark, Mohammad Abbas. Running towards us now, past the stumps. Bowls to Rory, struck on the pad but high as it falls in front of Gully. The England captain on nought. It was faced 21 deliveries now. Ben Stokes is gone. Rory Burns is gone. Dom Sibley gone.
Isha, one of your delivery wobble theme, with this guy, is so good at this, you'd never know which way ball is moving. It's coming in or going away from you.
If you don't know, then the batsman's not going to know either.
No, he must know that.
There's Root back and across and covering the ball on the off stump, pushing it to the offside as he scampers through for his first single. So the England captain is off the mark. England 20 for 3.
Sometimes it's natural variation come into play. You've been bowler yourself, and I always does that. If your line is good and length is right, and if you don't know, like you mentioned, how a batsman will know that, which is really good.
You just got to get it in roughly the right area.
That's most important thing to do.
Abbas turns at the top of his mark. Here he comes again. Pope on the back foot, guiding it to Gully. Looks to set off, but then has to jump back into his crease. At the end of the over, it's 20 for 3. Root on 1, Pope on 7, trailing by 306.
England were 12 for 3 in the 6th over. That's the lowest score at which England have lost their 3rd wicket since the 4th innings of the Calcutta Test of December 2012, when England were only chasing about 40 odds to win. It's the lowest score at the fall of England's 3rd wicket in a home test since 2000, the Lord's Test against West Indies, a dramatic low-scoring game in England's first innings there, and it's also the earliest they've lost their 3rd wicket that's at England at home, that Lord's 2000. I'll finish this after this ball.
As Shaheen Afridi pushes away from the Brian Statham end around the wicket to Root, who allows it to pass, and it bounces on the way to the keeper, Mohammad Rizwan.
So I was getting tangled up in my own stats there. So the lowest scoring men have lost their third wicket in a home test since 2000, and the earliest they've lost their third wicket in the first innings of any test match since March 2002 in Auckland. So terrible start for England. That's some brilliant bowling by Pakistan.
3 wickets down, we're into the 9th over. Just needs to settle things down here. Joe Root, 3 slips and a gully for Afridi he runs away from us, arms pumping, bowls full, Root squeezes one out, nearly on his toes there as it falls in front of extra cover, no run.
So he got that. My thinking is you're playing test match cricket, you have to be patient. I know he tried different angles and different things. I think he just need to be patient here, because and he's coming down the stumps. Now he's back over the stumps. So what I was thinking, he's coming back over the stump, which is a good thing.
You can sense what you're thinking, Azhar, as that was called a no ball. Left armour in again, Afridi bowls, and Joe Root flirts at one outside the off stump before pulling the bat inside. A good delivery, but that's where the difficulty comes, because he has been bowling that one, shaping back into the right-hander. Didn't need to play at that.
I think that ball, if you see the seam position, he was looking to bring the ball back in, and that's the natural variation. From this angle, everything Joe Root have to play.
Taps his bat down. Root, open stance, now bat high as he's backing across and working it to mid-on. No run. Fuller delivery around middle and off.
See, from this angle, you got more chance to get people leg before ball and caught behind. From round the stumps, if you can't manage to take the ball away from that angle, it's very easy angle for the batsman to play that.
Yasir Shah's rolling his arms over. He can't be expecting a bowl now, surely. 2 leg spinners in the side for Pakistan in this test match. No doubt they'll come into play later on, as Afridi is past the umpire, bowls back of a length. Root again looking to play at it and then pulling his bat inside.
Magnificent bowling spell from these two gentlemen. Absolutely fantastic to see. I'm so glad I work with these guys. I'm so glad when they are doing so well. It's just like I treat them like my own kids. When they are doing well, I get so much excited to see them.
Well, you don't get to see them though after play, do you? Not allowed to.
I was shouting from my balcony.
Are they below you? Yeah, there's Afridi bowls, one of the off stump, and this time Root allows it to pass, raises his bat high.
Just a little on Mohammad Abbas's achievement in getting Ben Stokes out for a 7th ball duck. Stokes has averaged 60 in his last 15 tests, and it's been 33 innings since he was last dismissed inside his first 10 balls. So he's been one of the form players in world cricket.
I mean, it was a ridiculous delivery. It could not have got any more perfect. Hitting the top of off, just left off the seam. Stunning bowling. That's what you visualise as a medium fast bowler, isn't it? Top of off is Afridi bowls full and beats the edge of Root, and that was virtually unplayable. That was an incredible delivery from Shaheen. Afridi had his arms on his hands on the back of his head as it just leaves Root, as it goes through to Rizwan, as it's the end of the over.
Again, verbal theme, eh? You were very keen on this delivery. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, this is incredible to watch. It really is. Makar Yunus in the stands must be delighted with what he's witnessing.
High class performance, from these guys, and Makar must be very pleased and very happy to see these kind of performance from these young guys.
Abbas shuffles forwards, bowls to Pope on the front foot, defending to extra cover. No run. Pope on 7 off 8 deliveries, Root 1 off 29, England 21 for 3 in the 10th over. In this innings, trailing by 305. The back of Joe Root's bat just glistening under the lights here at Old Trafford. Sunny at a non-striker's end. Gentle breeze blowing from left to right above the Red Brick Pavilion. Abbas bowls from there as Pope drives, catches the inner part of the bat as it trickles towards Shah Afridi at mid-on. He now gives the ball a decent shine on the back of his thigh. Red marks forming already on his white trousers. Slips. Very interested here. Plenty of activity, plenty of noise. I'm expecting a catch at any moment as Ollie Pope taps his bat down. 2 slips, a 4th slip, and a gully in position as Abbas bowls to Pope, who's driving to mid-on. The front foot. No run.
Testing time for Root and Ollie Pope here. Asking questions every time.
As Afridi tosses the ball back to Abbas. Didn't feature too much in Australia. I think he was expecting to play the first test match out there, Abbas.
Yes.
And he's back to conditions that favour him as Pope solidly defends to the offside, gets right on top of the ball, good let delivery on a round off stump and goes to mid-off.
I was surprised to see that decision from management, not saying Abbas on your sheet. He's the first name to come in.
A no ball signalled by umpire Illingworth. As, we're just having a look now, and quite clearly no part of the boot is behind the popping crease. So automatic no balls being signalled in this test match for the very first time as Abbas shuffles forwards, now into his stride, past the stumps to Pope, who's outside edging to Gully, looking to play forwards to the ball, uses soft hands as that squirts away to Shadab Khan, who is positioned there. Testing and challenging times here, forensic examination here for England's batsmen, constantly being asked to play, make decisions about whether to play or not.
Another no ball.
A grimace on the face of Mohammad Abbas. Rhythm is up. He just needs to keep behind that front line as he's bowling wide at the crease here. Pope manages to get one away through mid-wicket. A nice flick of the wrists of the front foot out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. They push for 2. Shah Afridi collects it about 10 metres off the rope as the throw comes in, and they will pick up 3. So England 26 for 3 now. And a couple of balls for Abbas at Joe Root at the end of the over.
Abbas went wide of the crease and pitched it up, looking for a glory delivery. Well played, Ollie Pope, through mid-wicket.
Pope moves to 10. First slip, second slip, and fourth slip is just moving into third. Gully in position and a point. Wideish mid-off for Joe Root as Abbas approaches the crease now. Root, I think it hits the bottom part of the bat as it falls in front of Yasir Shah at third slip. A little late on the shot from Abbas as Root comes down the track and returns to the area of the pitch that ball was bowled. Final ball of the over then, and it will be Jonathan Agnew coming in as Abbas bowls to Root on the back foot and defending to point. Negotiates another over Root on 1, Pope on 10. England 26 for 3. A few more words from you, Azhar. Then it will be Jonathan.
High-class fast bowling spell from these guys. It's a testing time for Ollie Pope and Joe Root. I just heard something. These guys were saying, Naseem Shah, get ready. And Shaheen Shah said, I need one more over.
Oh, you picked it up, did you?
Yeah.
Well, it's been a brilliant exhibition, this. It really has. With fast bowling, bats having to fight for their lives, wickets falling, of shouting out there. They seem rather like a team who've been cooped up for weeks and want to get out and play, which is exactly, of course, as they have been. Shane runs in and bowls outside the off stump, and that's ignored by Pope, who's made 10. You can hear that noise. I think these players have been desperate to get out there, just desperate to play some cricket. They've been in their bubble in Worcester and Derby, playing against each other and so on. But
one thing I notice about Pakistan players here, watching them from far, they are happy. They are enjoying their time on the middle, and this is a great thing. When you enjoy yourself, you play better.
Yeah, they feel like a unit too. They feel they're really enjoying each other's company. Shaheen runs in and bowls. That's a good lead from Pope. Wow, that was not far away from that off stump at all. You can hear I assume that's the wicketkeeper Rizwan, who's been particularly chirpy.
No, all these guys. Babar Azam is very chirpy and slips. He's one of the guys. And then Sarfraz is not there because he was the most chirpy guy. Yeah. He used to run from there to tell the bowler which length and line to bowl.
Right. 26 for 3. England trail by 300. They've lost Burns, Sibley and Stokes. And Shaheen Afridi bowls outside the off stump from round the wicket this time. Pope allows that to pass by outside the off stump. Richard Kettle was coming up and having a word there, looking at that front line. We've seen a few no balls called today by the third umpire, and one actually called by the on-field umpire, which is a bit strange. And Naseem Shah is definitely loosening up.
Umpires need to get used to this. They're always called the no ball, and now the third umpire is calling them. So it's tough for them. But Shaheen Shah is running in, so you're touching the front crease.
They've got a lovely rhythm. And he's on his way again. Pope on 10. Shaheen Afridi bowls to him. Is trying to drive. Doesn't time that though. And the bowler can stop the ball as he follows through. The light not great. You see some brightness in the distance over there, but the clouds are moving very slowly. There's barely a breeze. And you can see quite clearly the shadows at the feet of the players. The floodlights are on. There's supposedly 24 overs left today, which we won't get those, but you can go through to 7 o'clock, so another hour and a quarter. But I think the light will need to improve for us to get that far. So that the sun's coming out, which is great. 26 for 3. And 300 behind. Shaheen Afridi, left arm from round the wicket, and that's driven straight into the stumps. No deflection, I don't think, from the bowler, but Root was very quick to get his bat into the crease. What are they saying?
Oh, he's saying in something Pashto, which I don't understand the other language.
It's very complicated out there. What chance have we got?
There's no chance. I haven't got these for many years.
Okay.
Because we got a lot of Pathan in this team.
Oh, right. So there's half the team speaking a language that others might not understand.
Yes.
Right.
These are the guys come from up north. Remember Peshawar?
Sure.
Yeah.
26 for 3. One ball left in the over, and Shaheen goes over the wicket this time. That's nicely played by Pope, driving out through cover, and pursued by Azhar Ali, the captain, from mid-off. And they take 2 runs off the last ball of that over. And I wonder if we're going to see a change now with Naseem Shah. He's striding up towards that end. A 17-year-old who's come here with this formidable reputation. He's only played 4 test matches. So he's taken 13 wickets in that time, got a 5-wicket haul, and after all that build-up, he's actually walking to mid-on. He's not bowling yet. So never mind.
That two from Pope was the first runs off the bat that Shaheen conceded since the third ball of his first over. Just a 1-0 ball, and that was the end of his 6th over. And looking at Mohammad Abbas, one of the most consistent bowlers in world cricket, and the ball tracking data that CricViz have in terms of line and length.
28 for 3. He's coming in again, and he bowls to Root, who covers up. He plays carefully a good ball, I suspect, in that area that we're about to talk about.
So what CricViz's data defines as good line and good length, he has the highest proportion of balls of any seam bowler in the last 4 years since he made his debut in 2017. 71 seam bowlers have bowled 300 or more balls in Test cricket, and Abbas, 48% good line and length as the highest of that. So read into that what you will.
Yeah, he's just metronomic. Runs in, bowls outside the off stump, and no stroke this time from Root. Just a little bit livelier than perhaps he looks from here, I would say, if you're batting against him. But it's an interesting action. There's no real big gather. He runs through with the action.
It's not a classical, actually. He's quite open-chested, isn't he?
I bet he hurries you a bit if you haven't faced him.
But he obviously has that capacity to be... I mean, I'm amazed by the stats we've just heard. I suppose it's part definition. 48% feels more like 75 to me.
Yeah.
Or you'd expect it to be more like 75.
Well, I think it does depend exactly how they define it.
He's on his way again from the far end. Bowls to Root. There it is, a perfect line and length. Root comes forward, plays it out to cover.
I challenge you to define this over. I mean, do the last two all right? And what else has happened in the rest of this over? He's going to get 6 out of 6, and yet his overall record was apparently, without wanting to sound cynical, 48%. So only 3 balls in this over should be on target.
Yes, I guess. I mean, they're clearly very hard taskmasters, but what the stat shows, by comparison with all other bowlers, is even in their narrow line, good line and length.
That's
outstanding.
No, that's a better. Yes, that's what I should take from it.
Well, this is interesting that Rizwan, the keeper, has donned a helmet and is now going to stand up at the stumps. I thought he might have done this with Ben Stokes.
Well, he didn't need to, actually.
No, but if he's going to do it now, he thought he might have done it earlier. But anyway, Root was obviously batting out of his crease sufficiently for Rizwan to say, right, I'm coming up. Which can be quite difficult for a bowler to adjust to. 28 for 3. Up he comes. Bowls, and that's turned away into the leg side by Root. Straight down to mid-wicket, where Abid Ali juggles and fields the ball.
What the keeper
for 3
has to balance is whether bringing Root back into the crease is worthwhile, given that any nick that comes from the outside edge is much harder to catch when you're standing up. I don't imagine that old Roger Tolchard stood up to you very often, did he?
Not very often, I don't think, no. But it is difficult.
Yeah, it's a balancing act.
Yeah.
I remember Alan Knott always used to stand back to Bob Warner, who bowled at a gentle pace.
In comes Abbas and bowls outside the off stump, and he was taking that cleanly enough. Root didn't play a shot, so he had a good sighting of that. But for a bowler, it's all about that picture again that you're used to seeing, and when the wicketkeeper suddenly comes up like that, it's all a little bit confusing. But I guess maybe Abbas is used to this.
Yeah, he might be. I mean, just way before our time, but Godfrey Ellens and
that's nice. Big smiles there with Joe Root and Rizwan. There's something going on there.
Right.
It was a perfectly friendly chat, but maybe Root's trying to persuade him to go back again.
Well, perhaps he wants some earmuffs.
28 for 3, that might be it. Abbas moves in, bowls to Root. He's off the inside edge and runs away down towards long leg. Root's going back for the second. So that's thrown in from the deep. And it's 30 for 3. Still lots of cricket left, but it's been a fascinating period of play. There's 12 overs, looks like having a drink, and I think the youngster is coming on. I got the ends wrong. He's coming on, I think, now, but this end. So we will get to see this 17-year-old fast bowler has got a beautiful action.
What is he, about sort of 6'1", 6'2"? He's not a giant, but he's well built.
He is well built, strong.
He's marked his run out already. He's just having a little visualisation. First ball in England.
I'm looking forward to this for weeks. I love seeing a new fast bowler, a new kid on the block.
Yeah.
And especially one with a reputation like this. The youngest bowlers have taken a Test hat-trick. And he's from the north, as as I was describing, it must be quite confusing if half the team are speaking different languages to the other. Must be all sorts of confusion. Well, maybe that explains some of Inzamam's run-outs for a start.
Yes,
maybe he thought yes was no, or otherwise vice versa.
I mean, many years ago, I remember playing against an Indian sort of under-19 team, and they had lots of run-outs, and they also had massive language problems at the time. Anyway, he's just loosening up, bowling a few balls to mid-on, just trying to get himself set.
He's bowling to Pope. There's quite a conservative feel.
Well, I think they probably, they want to get him into rhythm before attacking too much. Let's see.
Naseem Shah, then 17 years old, runs in for his first ball. It's outside the off stump. It's lively. We're already a glimpse of that beautiful natural action. It's a classical action, really, and these days you see a lot of chest on and so on. But this young man has just got it absolutely perfectly right. It's a strong, athletic approach. He gets himself beautiful sideways on. It's just that it's a perfect action. Fred Truman would be absolutely perfect.
I was thinking exactly the same thing.
And he goes again, and he bowls. Oh, crikey! That's flown away. It's hit the seam.
Pope is amused by that because it took off the pitch. Well, I mean, just to keep us under. They're all getting very excited behind the stumps. The radar gave it 86, so that's but it zipped off the pitch, and the keeper. So yes,
but it moved about a foot as well.
Yeah. Pope was quite taken aback, but smiled.
30 for 3. Naseem on his way again. Pope waits for him. He's there and he bowls, and he's hit him on the pad of the pure leg before wicket. The umpire's saying no, thank you. He's down on one knee there. There's Naseem. I think didn't feel out from here, and in fact, I think
it was height more than anything.
Yeah, I thought Shakil was suddenly signalled a no ball, but I don't think he did. He was just stretching his right arm.
No, I mean he wanted that too, didn't he? Well, but that was a good pace. Let's have a look. Just a pretty straight that, but I think it's too high, hitting him probably on the left thigh pad. We're just having a look at just going over the top.
Yeah,
that's all. Just over the top of middle stump.
Pope waits, flexes at the knee, and Naseem's there now, and he bowls to him. He's forward, pushing into the offside. No, he shouts. As that's picked up by Shah Masood, who's fielding at point. 30 for 3. Really tense times for England. I'm really enjoying watching this young fast bowler. Beautiful side-on action. The left arm is high, very side-on. On his way again. Pope waits, and Shah bowls to him. It thumps into his thigh pad. The ball runs away into the leg side, so they'll take a leg by. Joe Root will have his first look at this young man. He told me how excited he was to face him the other day. We'll find out.
Well, I think he's more excited than you would have ever been.
Definitely. Well,
it's quite exciting for Richard Kettleborough there. I wonder whether sometimes the umpires nowadays, they go and stand while the players are practicing just to sort of get their eyes attuned, but I don't expect they've been able to do that in current circumstances.
There's the last ball then. Root is waiting. Shah's on his way, and he bowls to him outside the off stump, and he pokes at it. Ball flies through to the keeper, and well, let's face it, we enjoyed that. It was a maiden, it was fast, and amazing potential of this young man. 31 for 3. Commentary continues on 5 Live Sports Extra and everywhere digitally, of course. But as we're about to have a drinks break, actually, it's good timing, therefore, for a shipping forecast.
Well, an interesting start, fascinating start to this innings. Not a good one for England, but we have seen, we've talked about the talent of this Pakistan bowling attack and the potential. But what we've seen in the first, how many overs have we had? 13 overs, is that they have bowled to their potential. Mohammad Abbas, just as we sort of expected, wobbling that ball on a perfect length, just a little bit of movement. He's got the 2 wickets. He got Stokes for a duck. Even though Stokes was sort of walking as he sometimes does down the pitch, you think he'd have everything covered. But no, it got past the outside edge and just clipped that off stump. Sibley gone LBW. Lots of LBWs nowadays, mainly because lots of batsmen bat on middle and off and play across their front leg. That's sort of how Burns went to a classic left armer's delivery that just started on middle leg and then just straightened a little bit in the air, and he was playing it on that leg side slightly across it. So there are the 3 wickets to go, all classic dismissals in their own way. And now we've just seen that over from Naseem Shah, and it was great to watch. He was bang on target really right from the word go. I mean, the radar hasn't produced anything startling, but that ball has zipped off the pitch. Lovely action, and we look forward to seeing a bit more, and I'm sure Joe Root does as well.
He does. Time for a recap, I think, for people who may not have been with us all day. Pakistan bowled out for 326. They were 176 for 5 at one point, but rescued really by a very, very positive partnership of 105 between Shadab and Shan Masood, who made 156 in the end. He gave us 2 chances on 45. Of course, he played a lot of shots actually once he got going too. He played some excellent strokes. But it was a very busy partnership. Really wrestled the initiative back again. Shadab out for 45. Yasir Shah, who was dropped by Buttler, who's not had a good day again behind the stumps. He was out for 5. Abbas out first ball for a duck archer on a hat-trick at that stage. And the last one out was Naseem Shah, who fell to Broad. So 326 all out. Stuart Broad 3 for 54. Jofra Archer 3 for 59. Chris Woakes 2 for 43. Welcome back to long wave listeners. The answer that I heard there was no, they haven't. We've had a drinks break, so fairly safe territory. England are just going through the details of the events for our Sports Extra listeners, but I'll just do a quick recap again for those on Radio 4. Pakistan 326 all out. Shah Masood finished with 156. He was finally LBW to Stuart Broad. An excellent stand of 105 with Shadab Khan. Rallied Pakistan. They were 176 for 5. They did lose their last 5 wickets for 45 runs in the end. But that 326 looks to be a good score. The ball is spinning and ruffling the surface too as Abbas starts a new over. It's clipped away down to mid-on and there's no run. So 326. I mentioned the 3 wickets for Broad and for Archer, and then England have lost Burns for 4, Sibley for 8, Stokes for 0, 2 to Abbas and 1 to Shaheen. I'm enjoying watching for the first time, live at least, Naseem Shah bowling very quickly in his first over from this end. He just about nudged 90 miles an hour in that first over. On the other hand, the contrast from the far end, there's Abbas, who bowls a lively medium pace really. He's clipped away out to the mid-wicket by Pope. And only 1 run there. I'm tempted to say that stand that we watched this afternoon, they might have got 2 because they just ran for everything. Right from the very start.
Yeah. And it ruffled England what it would do. There were about 4 or 5 shies at the stumps, which would have been tight, but they always missed, and that's probably just it. And it was a brilliant piece of initiative seizing, wasn't it, in that first hour after lunch, because England had dominated so much in the first session, and it changed the whole balance of the match and feel of the match.
In comes Abbas again, running towards us, bowls to Root with the keeper standing up. The England captain is on the front foot playing it out to the Pakistani opposite number, who's fielding very close there in the offside, short mid-off. The light not great, floodlights on, there's brightness in the distance and in fact some blue sky overhead, so it's frustrating that the light...
It's got to be okay, isn't it? It's got to be okay at the moment.
But you can see those shadows at the feet. More shouting going on down there. I think moving Naseem a little squarer at fine leg, that was all about. 32 for 3. Abbas on his way, bowls to Root, back into his stumps. Followed by the hero, Shan Masood, at cover point. That's the captain, Azhar, shouting there.
Joe Root, I mean, he's battling like fury. He's got 3 from 40 balls at the moment, which is unlike him. Usually he's busy and he pops the ball in between the fielders for ones, wide and mid-on, that sort of thing, but not at the moment.
Bass on his way, Root back high, and he plays no stroke at that. Collected by Rizwan, with his helmet on, standing up to the stumps. And again, a little conversation there. I think Root very politely asked Rizwan if it was okay if he could go up and do some gardening. And Rizwan said, certainly, no problem at all. I'm going to run you out. There's the last ball of the over, 32 for 3. England are 294 runs behind, with an hour's play remaining if we get that far with the light. Abbas goes wider of the crease, bowls to Root, who covers up and plays that full-length ball into the offside. It's fielded by his opposite number. It's 32 for 3, England hanging on, but we're all enjoying this young man who's striding up to the crease now. I mean, Naseem Shah, not Simon Mann, who'll be coming in after some thoughts from Victor.
Yeah, well, Simon won't come in quite so quickly as Naseem Shah, who's got this wonderful flowing run-up. Just about gets to a sprint at the end of it. Well, just the one over so far, but it was impressive. It was pacey. Seemed to generate pace off the pitch.
Well, it's thrilling cricket. Root and Pope clinging on here. Here is Naseem Shah bowling. And Pope is back playing defensively to the bowler. And there is no run.
I'll try and keep an eye. Not that the radar is always the best. Seems to be a totally reliable barometer of how quick someone is bowling, but that came up at an 89 as it happens. But he's hitting the bat hard, and the ball is thumping into the keeper's gloves, and the keeper is standing quite a long way back.
A long way back. There goes Naseem again, past the umpire, up to the stumps, bowls to Pope. Pope is forward, playing that towards mid-on. There's lots of enthusiasm for that delivery from those behind. But really, it was a regulation defensive shot from Pope.
Well, it was, except that I note he got a good stride in, actually. And the top players, even against the quick bowlers, unlike a few others, they get a big stride in, and I thought that was quite. I bet Pope is relishing this.
Yeah,
it's a whole new ball game, perhaps, but he wants to know about it.
Yeah, this is where you earn your stripes as a batsman in situations like this. Naseem Shah bowls on the pads of Pope, tries to flick it away and misses out. She's a bit angled down the leg side. The batsmen like them on the leg stump, really, rather than outside the leg stump.
Yeah, it's hard to catch up with them when they go down there, isn't it?
That's why they call wides in one-day cricket, for balls down the leg side. 32 for 3. Root 3. Victor mentioning the battle he's having out there. 42 balls. He's having to use all his skill to resist this three-pronged Pakistan new ball attack. Pope a bit more skittish. He's there on 13. Naseem bowls full, driven down the ground. Beautiful shot from Ollie Pope for 4. Between the stumps and mid-on. Authentic on drive. Fine timing of the ball. Crisply struck. Takes him to 17.
Well, it's 90 miles an hour, and it's just over pitch, and Pope has played the perfect on drive. Yeah. I mean, it's good cricket, isn't it?
It's fantastic. You've got two emerging young cricketers, really. One from England, one from Pakistan.
I mean, they might be. All things being equal, hopefully, they'll be playing against each other for another decade.
36 for 3 in reply to 326. Naseem bowls. Pope turns that into the onside busily for at least one. Shaheen Afridi is after it. He runs around the ball to get it onto his left hand. Picks it up, and there is a single. 37 for 3. This over 89, 88, 89, 90, 89 from Naseem Shah.
The test Naseem played in Australia, he averaged faster speeds than either Mitchell Stark or Pat Cummins.
Well, there's definitely plenty to work with here until the Pakistan bowling coach. And he goes now and bowls to Root. He's back playing that calmly enough. Seemed to have a lot of time to get in behind that. I mean, it's only in the blink of an eye you get to play it, but the class players do seem to give the impression of having time to play. End of the over. We've had 15 in this England innings, and they are 37 for 3.
And we've had quite a lot of Mohammad Abbas, who's bowled superbly, and he's, I think, bowled 7 overs. Now, just to add to the mystery and excitement. Let's have a bit of wrist spin. And Yasir Shah is coming on. Some bowlers leg breaks. He's tormented England in the past. He's also conceded a lot of runs against England occasionally. He always seems to go for a lot in Australia. They get after him.
Smash him around, yeah.
But now, here we go. And we have seen evidence of turn on this pitch.
Yeah, so one challenge ends and another one starts.
Yeah, a completely different one for Pope, who, well, again, he'll be, I'm sure, relishing this prospect. It's all part of his education. He wants to play against the best, and Yasir Shah is one of the best wrist spinners in the world. He's got over 200 test wickets. They come in batches. He has golden periods, and then he has periods where he concedes a few, but he's got a great situation to bowl in, with the batsman just trying to hang in there at the moment. Early wickets gone. Bit of turn possible on this surface. Here we go.
He's got 213 wickets. He goes in now, bowls to Pope. It's a rank delivery first up, and it's helped on its way towards deep backward square leg. It's short from Yasir Shah. Naseem sends in the return low. An awkward one for the wicketkeeper Rizwan, who stops it after a fashion, and they're through for 2 runs. So the big build-up, not the best of deliveries first up from Yasir Shah, but that's often the way with a leg break bowler. It's one of the hardest skills to master, to perfect. Just having a look at the ball there, I think Azhar suggesting it's gone out of shape, and I think they're going to get the
ring out.
Get the ring out, possibly. Or is it going to be? Oh, it might.
Or the penknife. No, it's the ring.
It is the ring. Well, you never know what's going to come out of the umpire's pocket in this series, because there's also the possibility of the wipes as well, to get any saliva gets on the ball. We saw that in the West Indies series, where Dom Sibley accidentally put saliva on the ball. Pope on 20 at 39 for 3. Yasir bowls. Pope drives and doesn't time it, but he finds the gap on the offside. Yasir is bowling with a man back, Shan Masood, on the deep cover boundary. So Pope gets a single, takes him to 21. 2016, Yasir won the Lord's Test match with 10 wickets in the match, and then after that just struggled a bit until he got to the Oval, where he picked up 5 wickets in the second innings, and then didn't play last time round. 2018, it was Shadab who played. He's an experienced cricketer, 34 years of age, and 213 wickets at 30. He's got 3 on the boundary, bowling to Root. There's a shout for LBW as Root stretches forward there. And Yasir is coming down to have a chat with Rizwan, the wicketkeeper, and said, what do you think? What do you think? The timer's ticking down. Didn't feel quite right, that one.
No, I'm just loving the look. Where's Azhar? He seems to be a long way away. He's at deepish mid-wicket, I think, so it's not very easy for him there. There's a leg break.
Pitched outside leg stump, isn't it?
Just about. Just about. You can notice one of those that thudded into the middle of the front pad.
Yeah, I think that pitched outside leg stump. Yasir goes in. Oh, that one turns. A big leg break to Root. It flew past the outside edge. You're nowhere near it.
Well, that turned sharp.
Wow. And this is the problem.
Pitched on middle and off, and turned miles. And Rizwan behind took it well, and he loved it.
Yasir again bowls to Root. Root lets that one go. It was a more gentle leg break, or gentle turning leg break that time. It didn't rip. It went started wide, so Root didn't have to play at it. And just confirmation that LBW shape, pitching outside leg stump.
It's just brought in a gully now. It's taken mid-wicket out.
It's 40 for 3. England clinging on in the last hour of the day. That's a low full toss, which is swatted away by Root for 4. Well, punch and counter punch. It's great cricket, it really is. 44 for 3. Root's got a smile on his face. That's his first boundary, and it's taken him 47 balls.
Well, he almost premeditated that, and it happened to be a full toss, I reckon. If not, he got into position very quickly. And it was a situation so far with Root and Pope. Root could justifiably go out the wicket and say, "Oh, they're bowling very well at me," because Pope has had the odd poor delivery, and he's dealt with them well. But it's fascinating cricket. There is some help. We saw one ball in that over turn off the cut strip rather than any foothold. We saw it turn a long way, and then it gets into the batsman's mind. That's the thing. It's not always the big spinning delivery that takes the wicket.
Yeah. And Naseem Shah to continue. He's bowled 2 overs for 5. He's got 2 slips in the gully now. He's bowling to Ollie Pope, who's batting on off stump. Naseem into bowl to him, and he drives into the offside, beats the dive at cover. It's going out towards the boundary. I think he's got enough on this to take it to the rope. Fielder closing in, Shan Masood. Ball just wins. Last thing Shan Masood wanted after his marathon batting effort. It wasn't perfectly struck by Pope, but it was a lovely looking shot again, and just showing his class, hitting that through the offside on the up. It wasn't a full half volley, but he got the foot out and hit it hard into the surface.
Yeah, well, it's a confident shot. Trusting the pitch a little bit, as you say. It wasn't quite a full half volley, but he's full of confidence, Pope, and he's clearly gifted. He's got 25, which is quite handy just at the moment if you're in the England camp.
48 for 3. And you're right, there's Root at the other end wondering what's going on here. Youngster showing me up. Here's Naseem bowling, and that's clipped away by Pope through mid-wicket for a single. Shaheen Afridi is after it from mid-on to deepish mid-wicket, and one more to the total. Pope to 26, and England to 49 for 3.
I don't think Root will worry about that just for the minute. He's just grateful that, from 12 for 3, England have, well, they've got to 49 for 3. They haven't got any more specialist batsmen left.
Well, Josh Buttler, that marathon effort behind the stumps, and then suddenly you think, I could be in.
Yeah.
I mean, England lost their 3rd wicket in the 6th over. Last thing you expect after keeping a wicket for a long time to be in suddenly. Naseem bowls. Root is back, playing nicely in defence. Solid looking defensive shot. Goes out to Yasir Shah in the covers. And there is no run. Remember, England a batsman down in this test match because of Ben Stokes' his inability to bowl. It's early days, and Stokes so far his returns just as a batsman have been 20 and 0.
Well, it's a different mindset, isn't it?
Yeah, he's just playing as a specialist batsman.
And he likes to be involved all the time, and he can't be in the field in the same way.
Root on strike. Naseem bowls to Root. Root checks a potential drive there. It was quite full. When it had been bowled to Pope, I think he might have been trying to hit that through the offside, but Root playing cautiously.
To the bottom of his bat, he had a look at it and thought, how come that didn't skim off? But it was only a little push drive.
Well, we can have 3/4 of an hour more cricket if the light behaves itself. There is some brightness around. There are also some dark clouds as well. It'd be great to get those 3/4 of an hour because this is great stuff. It really is. Cricket full of intrigue. Naseem bowls to Root and drags his length back a bit there, and Root nibbles at it, and it goes past the edge. Root playing on the back foot, and it was taken by sprawling Rizwan, moving after the ball had gone past the batsman, who dived away to his left-hand side. Root comes down the pitch to notionally do some guarding. There's not much you can do. Perhaps he'd had a word with Ollie Pope as well.
Well, I wonder whether Root, if given the opportunity, well, you can't appeal against the light nowadays, but if the umpires walked off now for bad light, he wouldn't be entirely disappointed.
No, not at all. I think England would be very happy to get off at the moment. Come back tomorrow in the hope of brighter skies. I think the weather's improving. Naseem bowls to Root. Root then plays nicely in defence. He's running it away into the offside, down towards the gully region. It's the end of the over, but of course Pakistan do have the option of bowling spin from both ends, although having said that, last night the umpires took the players off.
Mysteriously.
Well, inexplicably really, for bad light, with 2 spinners on.
Root and Bess.
I mean, there is the issue of safety for the fielders and the umpires as well, but it did seem a curious decision.
I know.
Andy?
Joe Root 7 off 50 balls. It's the 97th time in his test career he's reached the 50 ball mark, and the joint lowest score he's had at that point in the Old Trafford test of 2013 against Australia. He was also 7 off 50.
There's Pope on strike. Yasir Shah begins a new over. It's just fractionally short. Pope goes back. Scything cut straight to Shadab at backward point. Pope's natural instinct is to be aggressive. Try and take the attack to the bowler. He's 26 not out. Yasir bowls. That's short and helped on its way by Pope towards the deep forward square leg boundary. That's gone for 4. It was a bad one from Yasir Shah, dropping short. And Pope, who's got the mindset of being aggressive, was onto it quickly. Set up nicely. Poor old short leg was in the firing line there. There's Abid Ali under the helmet at short leg. 53 for 3, so England's 50 is up in the 18th over. And they've had to work hard to get there. In reply to Pakistan's 326. These two affecting a recovery from 12 for 3. Yasir bowls. Down the pitch comes Pope, confidently clipping that away. Out towards deep mid-wicket. That fielder posted there after that 4 from Ollie Pope. Yasir Shah, apart from a couple of balls that are pitched in the right place, hasn't quite found his rhythm, his right length and line just yet. A few too many loose deliveries to build pressure on the batsman. But we have seen one that turned very sharply. 54 for 3, Root on 7. Yasir bowls to Root. Root offers the pad. It's turn and bounce there, but it started wide enough for Root to leave it safely. Taken by Mohammad Rizwan, who was riding it. Taking his gloves up and also lifting his right leg as well. Root's ready. Yasir Shah spins himself a couple of catches and then goes into bowl. Root back dabs there. Shadab Khan away to his left-hand side at backward point. Swoops to pick it up. No run. Last ball of
Pope and hit him above the knee roll. And they're not going to review this. So at the end of the 19th over, England are 58 for 3. Just seeing the replay, actually that's hit him on the waist. So it really was good. But it's come back a long way off the seam, and it's hit him on the back leg just below the waist. Pope 31 from 44, very fluent, 4 fours. Root, by contrast, 11 from 54 with 2 fours. And we see their ball tracking, it's very high. It's been thrilling, hasn't it, watching Pakistan bowl?
Hugely entertaining, isn't it? You know, you had the left arm of Shaheen, who really bowled well at root early on, and Joe did very well to get through that spell, and Abbas's consistency of hitting the seam at the other end, and now we have the wrist spin. And it's box office, it's what Test cricket's all about. And if the batsmen come through this storm, of course, then they can start to return the favour, put the pressure back on Pakistan.
Root's back on strike as Yasir Shah bustles in, and Root clips his ball into the onside for a rare single. That's more like he's going to come back for 2, actually. That's terrific running as the throw comes in from Shaheen Shah Afridi. They set off for the first really quickly, just hit it square of the wicket on the onside, but with soft enough hands to give himself the chance of the 2 fielders quite deep. They had a lot of ground to make. 60 for 3, Root to 13. England still a long way behind in this game. Base camp is getting to the end of the day 3 down. And then tomorrow they've got a lot of work to do to claw their way back into the game from there. Yasir bowls a thick inside edge from Root, squeezes back towards his stumps. Rizwan tidies up, bounces into his gloves.
That's the first shot that I feel that Joe's been a little bit loose there. He's tried to hit that one a touch on the up with the spin through the covers, a bit away from his body.
A little fortunate actually, the way it bounced down. Wide again, pushed into the offside, but in a controlled fashion, square of the wicket for a single. There's a gap between backward points and cover. A wide mid-off, the sweeper on a cover boundary, and slip, that's the offside field. Mid-on, is back a fair way, a short push or a gentle push to mid-on could bring a single. There's a close-in mid-wicket on the 1, and there's a lot of space square of the wicket out to the sort of deep backward square and the deep mid-wicket as Pope's on strike. He's back into his crease and cuts this viciously, but the sweeper out on the boundary. Mohammad Abbas does the fielding. 1 more to Root, and England Pope, I should say, in England 62 for 3, Pope to 32. Root back on strike on 14. The sun is now out. It's glorious.
For a 50 partnership from 14.1 overs.
See, that's quite quick actually, but Pope's got 32 of them in 45 and Root 14 from 43. It's not perhaps what you might have expected. Root back on strike. Shah bowls that.
So an edge does it and gone. He's walking. It was too close to him to play that shot. It was too full, and he's gone for a little cut. He's got a little edge, and it's been comfortably taken by Rizwan, and the Pakistanis are cock a hoop. He's got to go. Root, England's captain. He'll be really annoyed with himself for that shot, and England are 62 for 4.
Well, he battled really hard, Joe Root, and this one is just too close. He perhaps felt that it may turn away to the slip a little bit more, but the ball almost skidded on a bit, and it wasn't quite short enough to cut. And Joe Root had battled really hard there, and I thought that he was showing the discipline that he played with in New Zealand when he made a double 100, and he was looking quite good here, backing his defence, building a partnership with Ollie Pope. So that's a big disappointment for England, and of course rightly Pakistan realised the importance of dismissing the England captain.
Well, it's a huge wicket, isn't it, at this time of the day? And it means coming to the crease, a man under a bit of pressure, not really because of the way he's batted in the last couple of games, but he'll be feeling it in this match because he's missed a stumping, he's missed a catch off the man who went on to get 150 and really gave Pakistan that 326 total, Josh Buttler. And after this, there's Chris Woakes, who's been out of form with the bat, it's got to be said, for quite a while, and then the 4 bowlers. So, well, England are hanging on here, there's no other way to say it. Pope at one end looking pretty secure, but I mean, I think Root will be furious actually. It's not just disappointment, because it's a combination of 2 full and 2 near him think you're right, isn't it? He thought it was going to be turning away, but it did just come on.
Yeah, I mean, Yasir's turned a couple sharply, but also he's got the ability to kiss, perhaps miss the seam and just kiss the shiny side, and the ball just skids through a little bit. And yeah, I mean, seeing the replays again, you know, Joe will be desperately disappointed with that. He'll feel that's very much a batsman's error.
Yeah, it's a ball that shouldn't get you out, really. That's the problem. And I mean, often batsmen do get out to balls that they'll think shouldn't get them out, but it was the shot selection there just was not right, and he knows it. And he walks off with a great deal of concern for England here. 62 for 4, and Buttler coming to the wicket. Now, this next half hour, Butler's got to try to be there at the end of it, obviously. He's got to find a method. He's got leg spin at one end and express pace at the other. And here's Shah into him, and he comes forward in defence and pushes into the covers. There's no run. End of a successful over from Yasir Shah. And he's got the wicket of Root caught by Rizwan for 14. 20 overs have been bowled. Pope has 32. England 62 for 4. Andy.
Welcome wicket for Yasir Shah. His previous test on this ground in 2016, he had 1 for 213 from 54 overs, none for 53 from 9. He had a really extraordinary series. We were mentioning it earlier on. 10 wickets at Lords and 5 wickets in the final innings of the 4th test at the Oval. He had 15 for 212 in those 3 innings and 4 for 562 in the 5 innings in between.
Feast or famine. Naseem Shah starts a new over. Glorious sunshine now, as beautiful a picture as it's been all day, and Pope defends full on off stump back to the bowler, and bowler's just having a little word with him, I think, which is interesting. I think the Pakistanis really up for it now. They're obviously up for it, but they just sense a moment they could break the back of this test match in the next half an hour if they haven't already. It's 62 for 4, but England will still be hoping. They've got a partnership to make here, and then after that they'll hope that they can scramble together enough runs for the lower half. For Pakistan, a breakthrough now. Naseem Shah is in, and Pope pushes forward in perfect and watchful defence, straight back down the wicket to the onside of straight. He has 32. There's a lot of noise out there. It is now perfect. We're going to get through till 7, I think, now. I can't see too much in the way of problems away to our left. And that might come as a terrible disappointment to the England batsmen. Here comes Naseem from the Statham end. And Pope is a short one, which he leaves alone. It went through quite low, actually. Through to the keeper. Almost sort of swung into the keeper's gloves. What do you make of Naseem Shah? You seen much of him?
I haven't. No, this is my first sighting of him, and you've got to have your wits about you, because he's at you. He's not the tallest guy, so his short ball doesn't necessarily get up. But because of that, because he's not the tallest guy, you're worried about the full ball being really at you and at the stump. So Ollie Pope here is really under pressure. So far, defensively, he played immaculate. He's played very, very straight back down the wicket. And he's managed to avoid the short ball. Just as I say that, the deep square leg goes back, so maybe perhaps there's a short one round the corner.
Here comes Naseem, and that is short, and that's gloriously pulled through mid-wicket for 4 by Pope. Didn't time it to perfection, but timed it certainly well enough. Maybe it was a bit telegraphed, that. Michael Vaughan said, I quite like his observation, that his action reminds him a bit of Fred Truman. He's a little bit lower at the crease than Truman.
All right. Well, I haven't seen a great deal of Fred Truman.
How well with that?
Which is shocking, I know.
Yeah, it really is, yeah. I do nothing but watch videos of him most nights.
I've heard Dennis Lilly mentioned as a side-on action, and it's a very good action. I mean, he's got a very controlled run-up, side-on action, and a very quick arm.
4 more to Pope. England 66 for 4. Naseem's in. That's full, that's driven in the air, flies past gully down to the third man boundary for 4. Loose shot, he went after it, full-blooded. Heart in mouth time. That would have been a heck of a catch to get it, because it went at incredible breakneck speed.
I don't mind that, though, you know. I mean, it's full, it's up there and out there, and Ollie Pope is seeing it well. It was an excellent pull shot earlier in the over. And at that pace, if you go hard at the ball, it's going to take some catching. So, the adrenaline's going. He's feeling good. He's seeing it well. And, England need him to carry on for a little bit longer.
They really do. Picked up 2 fours in 2 balls. England 70 for 4 now. Pope has moved to 40 from 50 balls. Here is Shah. And Pope defends solidly on off stump up to mid-off. End of the over. Something's happening all the time since England have been batting. Buttler yet to score. Pope has 40, 21 overs bowled. We have got 26 minutes left with Shah bowling. They might squeeze in another 7 overs. I don't think there's any point thinking about night watchman.
But I think it's, Jos Buttler's now on strike, and I'm fascinated to see how he comes out and approaches this situation. He's not got a huge amount to gain because, as you say, there's only 26 minutes left. However, we all know, some people may know what he's got on the back of his bat, which typifies how he wants to go out and play, i.e. with no fear, take the attack to the bowlers. Can he do that under this sort of pressure?
Yasir Shah starts a new over and Buttler defends into the covers. It's picked up.
And that doesn't mean running down the wicket, by the way. It doesn't mean hitting balls over the top. It just means, as Ollie Pope has done, showed busy footwork, pick the length quickly, get on the back foot if you can and cut it away and rotate the strike.
Here is Shah. And Buttler drives firmly. Oh, and it's bounced through Babar Azam's hands at extra cover, but it's tidied up. Mid-off, there's no run. There's his single. I suppose he's got a bit of a space square of the wicket and the offside between the extra cover and the backward point. He might be eyeing up. He comes forward in defence to a full ball. Middle and off. Pushes into the offside. Babar trots in to collect. 70 for 4. The score remains. If you're just joining us, it's been Pakistan's day. It threatened to be England's day before lunch. It was really the hour and a half after lunch when Pakistan took the game by storm. Terrific partnership between Shadab Khan and Shan Masood. The last 5 wickets fell in a cluster for 45. Yasir Shah is in. A little dab sweep. Now the square leg had moved to silly point, and Buttler felt comfortable enough playing that he's got it fine down to fine leg when Naseem runs round to field. They've got 2. Butler's off the mark. 72 for 4. But Pakistan closed on 326 all out, and then England lost a flurry of wickets early on in their innings. Burns the first over, then Sibley, then Stokes, brilliantly bowled by Mohammad Abbas. Another deft little sweep from Buttler, gets his very fine again, almost identically, comes back for 2 more, and Naseem does the fielding again, moves to 4, 74 for 4. At that point they were 12 for 3 and really rocking. We wondered if it was going to be one of those nightmare sessions for England. Pope and Root got things back on track, but in the last over that Yasir bowled, got one to skid on a bit. Root played an indeterminate sort of dab. He got a tiny feather through to the keeper who took it. Shah is in outside the off stump. Left alone, end of the over, 22 gone. 74 for 4, Buttler 4. Pope has 40, and that has put England back in the mire with 23 minutes to go.
I like the way Jos Buttler played to his strengths in that over, i.e. the 2 dab sweeps, sweep shots. He gets the bat out early, doesn't try and hit the ball too hard, and just helps the ball on its way round to the leg side. It's clever play and brave play to sort of play that shot. I mean, although the ball was probably on the stumps, he backed himself to execute the shot well.
Did he do that because short leg had moved across?
I think he did, yeah. The short leg was there really for the ball that skids on and might take the inside edge of the bat onto the pad and bob out to short leg. Why they moved the man across, I don't really know, to be honest. I'm surprised they perhaps haven't had a gully as well, given that 1 or 2 have turned. But Pakistan have moved the field around a lot, and just because Jos played a couple of sweeps, then the short leg went to the 45 for the sweep shot. So things can change quickly.
Change of bowling. Shaheen Shah Afridi is back in. The left arm quickie over the wicket from the stay the men, thuds into the pads, a stifled appeal, runs away down to sort of backward square leg position where Rizwan does the fielding. They get a leg by. The appeal was ludicrous. It was way outside leg stump. They did keep a little low, and there are just signs of unevenness here and there. We've seen this in the 2 test matches before. It's a sporty wicket. It's not a bad wicket, but stuff happens.
Well, and I'm not sure as a batsman you always feel totally in because of that uneven bounce, because we've seen 1 or 2 balls seam a lot, and of course the ball is turning as well. So I like Pope's approach, and I think England still, although they're on the back foot, they still need to take those run scoring opportunities when they come along. But good captaincy from Azhar Ali to change the attack. He's not going to let the game drift. He's trying to stay one step ahead and dictate terms to England.
1 for 7 in 6.1 overs, Shaheen Shah Afridi. He's been an awkward customer today, and Buttler gets one down the leg side. He's not quite got his line right yet to the 2 right-handers since he's come back. Taken tumblingly, if that's a word, by Mohammad Rizwan. There's no run. 75 for 4. England. There's something else for Buttler to think about, isn't it? Just come in. He's now got the left armour. He's got a leggy at the other end. He's got England in a very, very difficult position. There'll be a lot going through his mind right now. Foremost among them, you'd think, would be survival. 20 minutes to go to the stumps. Here comes Shaheen Shah Afridi. Bowls that in the channel outside the off stump. Just lets it go through to the keeper. And there is no run. I was asked on Twitter if there was any chance of rain coming to save England. Well, would you believe it? The forecast was rain-free for 3 days. So I'm afraid that's not going to be it. But what you're going to need to do is, I think, give votive offerings to Ollie Pope. That is who England are relying on. Pope Oliver. And Buttler. Afridi in, wide of the off stump, through to the keeper. And there's no run again. Sort of counting down the balls to close a play, England here. Andy.
What kind of votive offerings do you think would work?
Well, what do you give to Popes? I don't know. Not sure. I suppose it depends on the Pope. Offering up respect and humility, that sort of thing. He got 91 in the last test here, so he quite likes batting at Old Trafford, I'd say. Round the wickets, coming Shaheen and Shah Afridi to Buttler, who lets this go because again it's too wide outside the off stump. Needs to make him play. It's been a good idea bringing Afridi back on this over, but he bowled 2 balls too far down the leg side, and then he's bowled too far outside the off stump from over the wicket. Now it's not quite challenged the stumps from round the wicket. So
what you're saying is, watch out for the straight one now.
Yes, the zook, the sort of wide of the crease toe crusher. Feels like it might be the order of the day, this last ball of the over. Let's see, he comes in from behind the umpire. And Buttler does get that ball, but drives it gloriously, straight, mid-off, all the way up to the boundary for 4. No point in chasing that. Lovely shot from Buttler. I think it was the attempted Yorker. He didn't quite get his length. At the end of the over, England 79 for 4. Buttler has 8. Pope 40 from 52 balls. More thoughts from Mark Ramprakash then to take you through to the close of play. It'll be Jonathan Agnew.
Well, it was a terrific off drive from Jos Buttler. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Well balanced. And I mentioned earlier about how he executed very well the sweeps from the previous over. Well, that was an excellent drive and will settle him down. We all know Jos Buttler has huge talent, and he has played well in Test cricket. He got an excellent 100 back at Trent Bridge against India. But in recent times, he's found the game very, very challenging. And of course, when someone's so talented, they have such a range of shots, it can sometimes be difficult to put an innings together. Well, that's exactly what England need, and hopefully Ollie Pope and Jos Buttler can build this partnership.
Well, they've got to get through to tonight. First of all, that's turned away by Pope as Yasir slightly drifts onto leg stump and just nudged away into that leg side field. 81 for 4. Pope moves to 42, playing a rather different game to everyone else, it seems, in this England innings. He's played very fluently. In the sunshine now, pleased to report, beautiful. Late afternoon, early evening. Shadows stretching across the ground. As Yasir Shah again bustles in, bowls, that spins sharply, very sharply, but from wide of the off stump, so Pope able to let it go, but they're an indication of what awaits and why, again, England in this position really deep in trouble, because they've got to get up at least to match Pakistan's first innings score. You feel now he's dancing down the pitch, taking on mid-off. The throw misses the stumps, and there's a desperate scrambling stop there by Abid Ali at mid-wicket with the helmet on, as Pope made his ground up at the far end, but looked slightly startled by that. But Pope knew he was going to the danger end.
I thought it was really good use of his feet.
Yep.
So many people, when they come down the wicket, they feel like they've got to hit a massive shot down the ground, but he was always in control. He got close to the ball, pushed it to mid-off, and was always looking for that quick single.
Now Buttler on 8. Yasir Shah moves in, bowls straight. That wasn't far away from that off stump. They say that Yasir doesn't bowl a wrong one anymore, and it might be right, but that one didn't spin away very sharply. I'd like to see from the other end. It was a leg spinner, but it didn't turn, so it almost ran on. Almost hit the off stump. 82 for 4. Slip there as well, and Buttler, he's beaten by another one, which the keeper didn't take cleanly. He was hanging around in his crease. That's tossed up by Shah, pitching outside leg and missing off.
Useful delivery. You've done well if you nick that.
Well, listen to the chatter out there. Butler's got to close that all off. There's the next one, has him pushing forward with a thick edge. It beats slip and runs away for Shadab to field. Running down to a short third man. Every ball you feel is it's like a hand grenade at the moment. And they're hanging on. Broad smiles on the faces of the Pakistanis. England are 83 for 4. So they're 243 behind. Burns 4, Sibley 8, Root 14 from 58 balls. Stokes 0, the men dismissed. We've seen the full range of the variety of Pakistan's attack, and they've got an awful lot up their sleeves. Left arm pace, right arm pace, right arm metronomic seam bowling. And just one of the leg spinners so far we've seen, but there's another one out there, and he does have the full range of wrong-uns and so on. We haven't seen Shadab yet. And Shaheen Afridi with the clock ticking towards 7 o'clock, England willing it on. He's on his way, and he's bowling to Joss Buttler, who's got 9, and he lets that one go through outside the off stump. England really just get hold of that big hand on the pavilion clock and drag it round to the 7 o'clock just to get off and come back tomorrow. Maybe some of the noise and the Pakistani enthusiasm might just have dwindled a little bit at the start of a new day, because at the moment, well, you can hear it for yourselves back home with no crowd, really quite deafening. 83 for 4. Shaheen's ready and he's on his way again now, running in smoothly, bowls to Buttler again, allows that to pass harmlessly by, about a foot outside his off stump. How did you cut all that noise out?
Well, it's a challenge. It really is, but you've got to get in your own little bubble and try and just take one ball at a time. It's someone like Joss who's just new to the wicket. You've got to try and gather your thoughts, and this is where you control your emotions. And people talk about character and temperament in Test cricket. Well, this is exactly what you're talking about. You're being really tested as to whether you can think clearly under pressure.
Shaheen bowls outside the off stump, and again Buttler allows that to go by very calmly, looking unruffled. He hasn't had a great game behind the stumps, and he knows that. And his recent record too is like 50 that he scored in the last game, was first in the last 9 tests. I don't know what that noise is. How you block that out. I can think of 1 or 2 batsmen in the past who might have turned around and said something, but you can't now with pitch microphones in an empty ground. 83 for 4. Free runs in, bowls, and that's nicely played by Buttler, getting into line, playing calmly down to mid-on. 83 for 4. And Shaheen Afridi's changing again. He's going this way and that, over and round. Suddenly, as soon as the sun goes behind a cloud, the light doesn't look very good again. With only 10 minutes to go, let's see if the umpires will today finish. There'll still be some unbowled overs, mind you. There's supposed to be 10 left after this one. As Shaheen Afridi bowls, hits him on the pad, and runs away down to backward point. Picked up by Shan Masood, who scored 156 today. He was a 9th man out. He opened the innings, of course. 9th out for 156. Featuring in that partnership of 105 with Shadab. Well, it looked good at the time. It looks even better now. 4th umpire, I see down there with the light meter, ready to bring out. After this ball, presumably, 83 for 4. Shaheen runs in and bowls, and Buttler again gets nicely into his stumps and plays that very carefully into the leg side. And there's no run, so it's 83 for 4. We've got 10 minutes left, all being well. But England are 243 behind, and they were doing all they can, these two batsmen, to convince the umpires that it really is it's too dark to be batting. It's purely down to the umpires now. It used to, of course, to be the bats would actually appeal against the light. It seems a funny old system now.
I also wonder as well that with wrist spin, sometimes you've got to be able to see the hand, and if it's a bit dark, that could also affect the batsman's decision making. Whether the umpires will consider that, I'm not sure.
Yasir moves in, bowls, and Pope is forward. The ball bounces away. Abid Ali there's with his helmet on. He's at short leg. I think it just comes down to danger, doesn't it? Is that what it's supposed to come down to? But you're right, if you try and see what's going on. Yeah. 83 for 4, 243 behind. Yasir Shah bowls again, the ball spins away outside Pope's off stump. And how well he's played, by the way. He really has. He's still inexperienced at this level. But again, he's displaying the sort of maturity that makes you think that he's going to score a bucket full of runs at Test cricket. Yasir Shah again bowls to him once more. He's down the pitch, taking on mid-off, and the throw misses once more as Pope runs his bat into his ground. This is how Shah Masood and Shadab Khan batted this afternoon. Push and run, driving the fielders mad. But, comfortably in his ground. He had the momentum from dancing down the pitch and took it with him.
I suppose the only thing he's got to watch there is that Jos Buttler's got to get down the other end.
Yes.
You know, if he's already advanced 4 yards down to get to the pitch of the ball, Jos Buttler still has 22 yards to get, so mid-off may think about throwing at the other end.
Now another man catching for Buttler, so 2 slips. So bustles in and bowls, and it's too short, and Buttler plays that very nicely indeed. He's timed it well off the back foot out of deep cover. There's a man patrolling the boundary, but he can't get there. Beautifully timed. And Mohammad Abbas, who's taken a couple of wickets in this final session of the day, he was on the boundary, maybe able to run 20 yards or so, but that was hit very firmly indeed by Buttler. 88 for 4. Yasir Shah sweeps back his hair, spins himself the catch from right hand to left, comes bouncing in again and bowls again. It's too short, and Buttler can crack that into the offside. This time Abbas has got to run the other way. Down he goes. He did well there, sort of smothering the ball really. So a sprint to his right followed by a sprint to his left, and it's 90 for 4. England 236 runs behind. Abbas was shouting there to Yasir, pitch it up. We've had enough of all this sprinting around out here. I've bowled a good spell. Last ball of the over, Yasir bowls, and that's ignored by Buttler and collected by Rizwan, the vociferous keeper. 90 for 4, 26 overs bowled. Pope has 44 from 58 balls, and Buttler is 15 not out. And it's showing 7 minutes to go. Still, the umpires I don't think have received that light meter, but this is getting close, I think, to being at the sort of level where they might consider going off, because it's you can see the shadows at the feet of the bowler. It's been cast by the floodlights. 90 for 4. Pope's checking his guard, and Shaheen will continue, the young left arm quick bowler who trapped the first wicket. Burns, LBW, in the first over of England's reply. It's a terrible start. They've never really recovered from that. Shaheen runs it and bowls a very wide ball and full outside the off stump. And Pope gratefully can ignore that. And there's no run. Ground staff mustering down there. They know that the end is nigh of the day, regardless of whether the umpires decide the light is good enough or not. And in fact, there's a bit of watery sunlight now. 90 for 4. Fascinating day's play. Lots to talk about in our review of the day, the podcast later on. Shaheen runs away from us, left arm over the wicket, and again it's too wide to bother Pope, who will only play now, surely, only anything that he has to. A bit of gardening too, always takes a bit of time. Tapping at the pitch, and Buttler comes down for a word as well. And there's cries of encouragement ringing round a deserted Old Trafford. It shows what you don't hear when you've got 20,000 people in. The batsman can hear it though. 90 for 4. And now the sun fully out. Shaheen runs away from us and bowls. That's nicely played by Pope, coming forward, thinking about the single into the offside. So it's feel about Azhar Ali, the captain. We're delighted, I think, with the way the day's gone. And despite his duck in the first innings, that won't bother him at the moment. And that's was that called a no ball? I'm just looking at the replay. I think that should have been called a no ball for touching the return crease. But of course we don't know if the third umpire's got a picture of that or not. He's got the popping crease. I wonder if he's got the return crease. Have we discovered a frailty in the system, Ramps? Here's Shaheen bowling on off stump, pushed away to mid-off, going to a quick single. Butler's got to hurry, but the throw nowhere near hitting the stumps. And through they go for a well-taken 1 run, 91 for 4. That question needs to be asked, because if the umpires now are not looking down at all, they're not monitoring the crease, but looking straight ahead, they're not going to see the back foot no ball. And that one, to me, was quite clearly you have to touch the return crease.
Well, early in the day, Richard Illingworth did call a no ball. He did. Which he shouldn't have. But, so clearly he was looking at the foot.
At least looking at the popping crease, yeah. But are they looking at can't be looking at the return crease at all now? And I wonder if the third umpire's view is simply a side-on shot of the popping crease and doesn't see the return crease at all. He has to have split screens in his office now. It's all getting very complicated. But that's a question worth asking, I think. 91 for 4. Shane Afridi bowls, is driven firmly back at him by Buttler, and Pope has to dive for his ground just in case there was a deflection from the bowler's hand into the stumps. I think he's winded himself, actually. He's up on his feet now, but sucking in some air. I can think of a crafty batsman or two who might have been winded in inverted commas at that stage with 3 minutes to go.
Well, it's already happened today. Was it Shadab Khan dived and landed on his box?
Indeed.
I mean, that can't be too pleasant.
It was most unpleasant, I would think. 1 ball remains, and then there'll be time for 1 more over. It's 91 for 4. Buttler on strike, and Shaheen bowls to him a slower ball, which he waited for and has patted away into the gully. And that'll be the end of Shane Afridi for the day. I think he looks, if anyone's watching on the telly, that's a young Roger Federer. Don't you think?
Well, he's got a great head of hair. I mean, I'm very envious.
Yeah, no, I'm going Roger Federer. He's just got that Federer face. But a few years ago. But Roger Federer likes his cricket, of course. I don't think he ever ran in and bowled that fast with his left arm. It's been a beautiful spell of bowling today. 91 for 4. So England are 235 behind. They've got 1 over to negotiate. And there's a lot of hard work ahead of them tomorrow.
Just looking at Yasir Shah's recent form, in his first 33 tests he took 202 wickets, averaged 28. It was the fastest to the 200 wicket mark, beating Clary Grimmett's 36 match record, but since then in 7 tests, 12 wickets at 68.
Up he comes from the far end. He's got 1 wicket so far, and a big one too, Joe Root. That's first ball of the final over. He's played away to mid-wicket. And there's no run. I say final over, it's showing 2 minutes to go. I suppose it depends how quickly it gets through it, but I can't think Ollie Pope will let him whiz through these 5 remaining balls in the minute and a bit that remains. Yasir Shah bowls and Pope is forward carefully, but a little bit of a twitch at the end, playing out to cover. Low run, 91 for 4. Abid Ali clapping his hands there, encouraging Yasir Shah, who comes up from the pavilion end, bowls quite short, cut away by Pope. And his backward point. 91 for 4. Wrist spinners, they're often so charismatic with big smiles on their faces and so on. Yasir Shah is certainly one of those. They've changed the field around, so another man into the offside now. Pope twiddles his bat. This will be the last over now. And Yasir bowls over the wicket and Pope's down the pitch, and that does actually collide with the stumps at the far end. There's an appeal here because presumably Yasir feels that he got a hand on that, but I don't think Buttler was out of his ground. But the umpires asked for a replay. That'll certainly mean that that's the end of play after these couple of balls that remain, but it was driven back by Pope. And Yasir certainly got his hand very close to it, but umpire Illingworth did call for a review there. Yep, you can see it hit his finger quite clearly. But where's Buttler? Well, he's comfortably in. Comfortably in. 2 balls to go. 91 for 4. Excellent day for Pakistan. They've got England here in a lot of trouble, make no mistake about it, as Yasir bowls. That's clipped into the leg side by Pope. He's looking for 2, but it's only going to be 1. So he'll finish the day 45 not out. Innings of real contrast to what else has gone before him from England. He's faced 67 balls. And Jos Buttler will be relieved to see this out. He's not had a good game behind the stumps at all. If he can just see out this last delivery, at least he can start afresh tomorrow. He looks around. There's a man on the sweep here at short fine leg now. The last ball of the day is bowled and Buttler allows it to spin harmlessly by, and England close on 92 for 4, so they're 234 runs behind, with Jos Buttler on 15 not out. And that is Pakistan's day by a country mile, and England have got an awful lot to do tomorrow. So we'll start our review of the day, which will be downloaded as a podcast later. And the close of play of the second day of the first test match between England and Pakistan at Emirates Old Trafford sees England in a lot of trouble on a day in which 12 wickets fell for 279 runs. England finished the day on 92 for 4, so they're 234 runs behind Pakistan's first innings score of 326. We'll go through that in a second, but to begin with, England's reply began badly with Burns out to the 4th ball of the innings. Abid to the left arm quick bowler Shaheen Afridi for just 4 runs. Dom Sibley, Abid to the metronomic Abbas for 8. That was 12 for 2, 12 for 3 when Stokes was bowled by Abbas for a duck, batting well out of his crease, a ball that just held its own and beat the outside edge. 12 for 3 in the 6th over. Well, Root and Pope put on 50, with Root taking 22 balls to get off the mark. He made 14 from 58 balls, where he tried to cut a ball that was too close to him from Yasir, the leg spinner, and was caught behind off the bowling of Rizwan. So, from that moment on, Pope has breezed relatively to 45, has played very smoothly from 67 balls, and Buttler is 15 not out, 92 for 4. To mention Mohammad Abbas took 2 for 24 in that innings. Pakistan, well, it was a funny old day. They lost Babar Azam to the 6th